Alright, before we start with our presentation for today, so now Tuan Haji Faridun bin Sahid, Deputy Director Integration of Technology, Educational Resource and Technology Division, Ministry of Education Malaysia, to deliver his speech and officiate the ceremony. Please welcome.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. A very good morning to Professor Dong Soon Park, the IACE Chairman, Tuan Haji Abdul Rashid bin Mat Ehsan, the Headmaster of SK Section 13, Ms. Soyeon, ALCoB Senior Program Specialist, my team from the Educational Technology and Resources Division, Ministry of Education Malaysia, Mr. Hanif, the Technical Head, Mr. Sundar, Madam Ong, Madam Maslina, and all the organizing team of this event, presenters of IMEC 2022, and last but not least, our beloved audience, greetings and a warm welcome to all of you. First of all, our heartiest congratulations to the organizing committee of International Malaysian ALCoB Colloquium or IMEC 2022. I was made to understand that this is the second time it is being hosted by SK Section 13 in collaboration with Educational Resource and Technology Division and with the support of IACE Republic of Korea. The theme this year is Reimagining Education Beyond the Classroom, a very relevant theme for the current scenario in the field of education. We have no choice but to imagine the way we teach and learn in order to cater to the rapid change that has taken place in a blink of an eye. To give great insight on the theme, I was told we have delegates from the South Korea, Turkey, Philippines, Indonesia, Russia, and India. A warm welcome to all of you, and I hope this great cooperation will be always there in all our future events. Ladies and gentlemen, IMEC 2022 is a complete event as we have our sessions for the educators as well as students. In the morning, we will be having approximately 13 speakers, and in the afternoon, we'll be having problem-based learning presentation, PBL, from the students. The topic varies, and all participants will benefit from both sessions. Next, this event is also aimed to promote the Malaysian ALCoB School Network Project. At the moment, we have 32 schools all around Malaysia who are actively involved in this project. Fully, through IMEC 2020, we will have more schools in the list. Dear audience, being in the school network project, teachers will be able to expose their students to international level programs as they will be having collaboration with all the countries under the APEC region. It will be definitely a very good platform for all those who are involved. All right, I think I have taken enough time, so that is all for me. And once, thank you to the IMEC the launching time. In the name of Allah, I would like to launch International Malaysia ALCoB Colloquium 22 Reimagining Education Beyond the Classroom. Thank you very much.
Thank you to Tuan Haji Paridun bin Sahid for the speech. All right, now we are going to proceed with our presentation.
为爸爸因为快来为爸爸跟我一起玩，我在为爸爸等你啊！你我在为爸爸等。
2022. As thrilled as I am about the connection and networking, we are on in this program. We have 13 amazing from across Malaysia, and most importantly, around the globe, will sharing their great ideas and experiences so that all of us can learn. So without further ado, to start the session, we will have the words from our first speaker. She is a program specialist at Institute of APEC Collaborative Education, IACE, Republic of Korea. Will be sharing on APEC Education Cooperation Project. So please welcome Ms. Soyun Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Haswan. Thank you very much for organizing the International Malaysia ALCoB Colloquium. My name is Soyun Lee, a program specialist at the Institute of APEC Collaborative Education in the Republic of Korea. I'm in charge of all the ALCoB projects, and it's a great pleasure to meet you all through this event. Now, please let me introduce the APEC Education Cooperation projects, which Korea is implementing. May I have slide, please? Thank you. Our institute was founded in 2002 and entrusted by the Korean Ministry of Education. We implement the APEC Education Cooperation projects on behalf of MOE Korea, and we participate in the annual meetings of the Education Network under the APEC Human Resources Development Working Group and shares implementation plans and results with member economies. Likewise, we attended HRDWG and EdNet meetings last month in Thailand and shared the projects. In 2003, the ALCoB project was endorsed for the first time. Since then, the IACE with the Korean Ministry of Education actively implemented projects such as AFEC, AELT, and SEDI to achieve education cooperation in the APEC region. APEC Learning Community for Shared Prosperity Project, which was suggested by the Korean Ministry of Education and approved by APEC since 2003, has continuously developed along with the history of education cooperation between APEC member economies. ALCoB aims to cultivate digital literacy, also known as ICT competencies of teachers, learners, and university students in the APEC developing economies. It also aims to enhance cultural literacy, establishing the APEC-wide social bond, and consolidate APEC-wide education network entitled APEC Learning Community Builders, ALCoB. Let me briefly explain about ALCoB, which is the core human resources of the ALCoB project. ALCoB's four main principles are autonomy, understanding, cooperation, and volunteer. It is a global learning community of teachers, students, and sponsors of APEC member economies who support common prosperity of APEC through resolving the information gap and disseminating healthy education. Supporters, and students. We have 5 ALCoB branches in Indonesia, Malaysia, the Philippines, Sahara Republic, Russia. We would like to broaden the branches and roles of ALCoB members in other member economies as well. ALCoB has 3 projects. First, ALCoB Cooperative Project is an exchange program between schools. ALCoB ICT Volunteer is a program to enhance IT competencies and global capacity of the ALCoB members. Third, ALCoB Learning Professional community is a global research community for the ALCoB teachers. The first ALCoB project I'd like to introduce is the ALCoB Cooperative Project. And this is the project most of you are participating in. It is a school-to-school exchange project. Self-motivated teachers and students design programs containing cultural exchange and interact with partner schools based on ICT skills. It leads to the establishment of a creative and pragmatic education cooperation model for school exchange program. This project has started since 2003, and last year, approximately 1,600 participants from 8 economies have joined the project. This year, 17 projects from 9 member economies are ongoing from April till November. The ALCoB members participate in this project under the theme of such as APEC learning, cultural exchange, media and exchange, foreign language education, environmental music education, etc. These are the pictures of ACP project. The second project is ALCoB ICT Volunteer. It is a knowledge-sharing activities for interested teachers in member economies to exchange teaching methodologies using cutting-edge ICT and enhance cultural understanding. It focuses on narrowing this digital divide and expanding one network within the region. In addition, the project has started since 2001 with approximately 19,000 participants from 10 member economies. Last year, the IIV has joined a chance to vary its format from workshop to webinar and virtual training program. The 2-day-long webinar provided an arena for educators in the region to talk about changes and challenges caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. Thanks to the support from member economies, 1,200 real-time viewers watched the webinar. Also, a virtual training program for digital literacy development of teachers in the region was very successfully implemented thanks to the support by Ministry of Education Malaysia, Indonesia, the Philippines, and Thailand. 190 teachers participated, and it was held under the theme of building resilience in education against the COVID-19 pandemic by enhancing digital and cultural literacy of teachers in the APEC region. At the plenary closing ceremony of 2021 AIV, we found a huge potential of teachers and students in the 4 member economies. This year, the AIV will be held in August under the theme of balancing digital and cultural competencies of teachers in the connected APEC region. It consists of teacher forum, ICT virtual training, and post-training activities. We are looking for 40 teachers from 4 member economies: Indonesia, Malaysia, the Philippines, and Thailand, like last year. These are the pictures from AIV when it was held offline, face-to-face. This is the third project of ALCoB. ALCoB Professional Learning Community is a research association composed of domestic and foreign ALCoB teachers to promote the globalization of education section. This project was proposed as a response of growing demands in school exchange activities and so on. It aims to design ICT capacity building model to analyze member economies' culture, geographical information, to develop a competency model of experts in school exchange, and to produce an introductory guideline for a school exchange program, and also to invigorate ALCoB community in the APEC region. APEC Entrepreneurship Education Program is a capacity building program which is designed to foster the participating students in-depth global entrepreneurship knowledge and skills in the region. This program is for the university students, and it aims to understand of APEC, knowledge about social entrepreneurship, and to have individual competences and skills for employability and initiate innovative startup. Last year, the program invited 50 university students from 10 member economies. The students provided educational contents on social entrepreneurship in the APEC region. They were grouped into teams and shared ideas and lessons on youth-friendly social enterprise for bringing inclusive society in the region in the response to the COVID-19. And this year, it is going to be held July from 10 member economies. We will invite 35 university students. These are the pictures from a EEP program. The APEC Future Education Consortium project consists of APEC Future Education Forum, AFEF, ALCoB Conference, AC, and Steering Committee. APEC Future Education Forum is the APEC's largest professional forum held with the purpose of bridging the knowledge gap between member economies and presenting a vision for future education in APEC region. Apart from AFEF, ALCoB Conference is held every year. ALCoB Conference is a venue and festival for ALCoB members to congregate, strengthen its network, and share outcomes and insights from ALCoB activities. At the conference, ALCoB members review the activities progress, such as ACP, AIV, APLC, ASLP, and AEEP, shares the best practices of the year. In 2021, about 800 participants from 20 member economies and 3 international organizations have participated in this forum and conference. This year, we plan to have forum and conference in September.
So we can say that through APEC, we can share a lot of things, especially in developing our education. Is it correct?
Yes.
All right. So thank you so much for your sharing just now. So we are going to move to our next speaker. Thank you so much, Ms. Soyun Lee, for a very great sharing with all of us just now.
All right. Thank you.
All right, next, we are going to have our next speaker. She's a Principal Assistant Director, Policy, Planning and Research, Educational Resources and Technology Division, Ministry of Education, Malaysia. We'll be sharing on rethinking education for innovation, growth and sustainability. So please welcome Puan Fazliatun Zainuddin.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for inviting me to the International Malaysia ALCoB Colloquium, or IMEC 2022. I feel so honored to be here this morning together with our educators in Malaysia. So today, I would like to talk about rethinking education for growth, innovation, and sustainability. This is because in light of the COVID-19 situation, and we are also facing a host of other issues in the world right now. So next slide. As you all know, we live in a very complex world and we constantly face the unpredictable change. For example, there are so many information out there and sometimes we don't know to decide whether it's the truth or the facts or fake news. So right now we live in a rupt world, R-U-P-T. Actually, rupt comes from a Latin word, which means rampier, which means to break or to burst. But when we add prefix "ap" or it means off, it means to break off. So rupture in an English word that still retains the meaning of burst, or we can also derive from the word disrupt or interrupt. All of these words comes from the word Latin. So as an acronym for rapid, unpredictable, paradox, and tangle. When we talk about rapid, we know that we experience changes quickly, and they overlap with each other like waves emerging from different sources crashing in the mid-ocean. And when we talk about unpredictable, we can analyze, strategize, and predict the future. But then when something totally unexpected happen rapidly, it challenged our assumptions and causing us to reframe our thinking. When we talk about paradoxical, we are easily lured into believing complex challenges are problems with one right solution, rather than seeing them as polarities that must be leveraged in our teams and organizations, which are more effective both in short term and long term. What is the meaning of the word paradox? It means that we have contradictory qualities or phases. Okay, and then for tangle, it means that everything is connected to everything else. And then we live in a multiple ecosystem, all of them having internal and external connections that we might overlook in our attempts to strategize and implement the strategy effectively. So we need the right mindset, skill set, and tool set in order to overcome this. So we have to navigate rupt world by nurturing and practicing learning agility. That's what we are doing today. We learn and relearn and also unlearn, and so that we can face we have the ability to learn from experience and apply the knowledge that we have. Second one is developing leadership. When we already have the knowledge, we will try to help others and we lead them to a new knowledge. Then, therefore, we develop our leadership. And we also need to leverage on polarities when there are so many unknown answers in order for us to solve problems. So we need to listen to both sides, not only on the views that we have. So with all of these three aspects, we can navigate our rupt world accordingly. Okay, next. In Malaysia, our education is transforming without us realizing it sometimes. On paper, we have national agendas like Malaysia Education Blueprint, we have a Malaysia Digital Economy Blueprint or My Digital, and then we have 4IR policy and also our shared Prosperity Vision 2030. All of these aspires for Malaysia to be high status countries in the world. However, we also face some issues. For example, we face the pandemic, COVID pandemic, where we need to transform our education system, where we have to use technology in order to reach our children because the schools were closed. And other than that, we also have digital education, where we want our students to be fluent digitally by integrating technology in teaching and learning. So these are all transformation that we have to do in order for us to strive to be among the top three, the top in the world. Okay, next. When we talk about transformation, we have to talk about the framework of Education 4.0. It is where we need to reframe our teaching practices to meet the students' aspiration, so that all the critical characteristics in learning content experience can be given to the students. Yeah? Okay, there are 8 critical characteristics in learning content experiences that have been identified in order for us to face the 4th industrial revolution. One is skills, where it includes that focuses on building awareness about the wider world, sustainability, and playing an active role in the global community. Then we have innovation and creativity skills, which include content that fosters skills required for innovation, including complex problem solving, analytical thinking, creativity, and system analysis. Third is technology skills, which include content that is based on developing digital skills, including programming, digital responsibility, and the use of technology. And the fourth, interpersonal skills, include content that focuses on interpersonal emotional intelligence, including empathy, cooperation, negotiation, leadership, and social awareness. And to have more learning experiences to give students, we need to teach students how to have personalized and self-paced learning, and then accessible and inclusive learning, problem-based and collaborative learning, and lifelong and student-driven learning, where all of these teaching practices need to be imparted to the students, so that they require knowledge that they need, so that they can have all the skills to be used when they go into the workforce later in their life. So there are top 10 skills given by the World Economic Forum, where we need to have problem-solving skills, self-management, working with people, and technology use and development. Okay, next. Are we ready to master the 4th industrial revolution? If we see at the slide, Malaysia is one of among the top countries which are ready to master the 4th industrial revolution. Why? Because our country has started our vision to be in the digital technology world far back in 1996, when we have multimedia super corridor. And for Ministry of Education, we have one of the application or initiative, which is smart schools. So we have worked far back in like more than 15 years ago in order to ready our students to master the digital skills. And because of that, during the pandemic, next slide, we already have online teaching and learning platform to be used, which is called Delima. And we also have a host of other resources to be used by the students. For example, EduWeb TV, the Check YouTube portal. We have digital classroom, and to help students who may be marginalized because they don't have connectivity or devices. We have given textbooks to the students, and also we have educational TV programs in order to support these students. And we also have webinars, and also we organize online competitions for the students to inculcate their skills in order to be ready for the digital world. Next slide. Okay, next. Okay, now, in order to help students to have the right skills, we need to have innovative pedagogies. There are 5 suggestions by the School of the Future, which is playful, experiential, computational, embodied, and multi-literacies. When for example, our Delima can have all this in order to help our students. We have resources such as Minecraft and digital games for students to play, and we can also have quizzes for students to enjoy their learning. And other than that, we also give students experiential learning in order to where we integrate content into real world applications. And we also need to teach students computational thinking so that students can have problem solving ability in order to understand how to solve a problem. And we need to have embodied, where some students who are more kinetic, they want to move their body around, so we need to have some activities on that. And also multi-literacies, where we have different types of literacy for students to be aware and connect to the world. Okay, next slide. And how to do that? We need to continuously upskilling our teachers with adequate knowledge, skills, attitude, and values in order for them to continuously learn how to teach according to the needs of the world. And at the same time, we need to strengthen our students' digital citizenship skills, and also information and media literacies among the students, because there are so many information out there for the students to look for information. So we need to teach them how to identify the truth or fake news. And at the same time, we understand that in our schools, our infrastructure is still not enough. So we need to continuously upgrading our infrastructure, and also infrastructure to facilitate digital education, even though they are costly. And lastly, we need to continuously share our best practices on how to use technology in the classroom by having continuous professional development, for example, like IMEC 2022. So in short, there are so many things that Ministry of Education in Malaysia do in order to help the teachers. What I say today in 10 minutes may not be enough to tell you all that we do in our country in order to help our students and also teachers.
All right, so
Thank you.
we also can see that the pandemic hits us differently, so all the teachers and students need to be more creative and what you call it, be more innovative.
Yeah.
Right. All right. So thank you so much, Puan Fazliatin Zadidin, for your sharing just now.
Thank you.
Great to have you here. So next, we are going to move on to our next speaker. He's Assistant Director, Learning Platform, Educational Resource and Technology Division, Ministry of Education Malaysia. We'll be sharing on teaching and learning beyond classroom, Ministry of Education Malaysia, unique approach. So please welcome Mr. Anandan Darman.
Can you hear me? Okay, good morning. Thank you for inviting me and very honored to be here. So I am Anandan Darman and currently hold post as Assistant Director and Learning Platform, Sector of Education Malaysia, Education Technology and Resource Division, Ministry of Malaysia. We are developing and managing learning platform for all government schools. All at the moment, we are coordinate the digital education initiative, which aim to strengthen the innovative use of technology in teaching and learning. So I will share my can see? Okay. So my topic is teaching and learning beyond classroom, MOE Malaysia, unique approach. Okay, before I start, actually, my principal assistant director just now is tell about the mindset, tools, and then the skill set. So for that, I start with progress is impossible without change. And those who cannot change their minds cannot change anything. So in the pandemic time, we done. So before pandemic time, we are doing traditional classroom within the wall, and teaching learning is face-to-face and exercise given in the book, and device and technology usage only depend on needs. If they want to use. If no, means face-to-face. But in the pandemic time, everything changed. We do online class that's without wall, no boundaries. And teaching and learning is combination of learning apps and digital content use, and exercise given by online, and device and technology usage is fully utilized. So that we depend on device and technology, apps and digital content. But at the time, we already have the solution for that. Not because of the COVID. Before the COVID, we done already. And then the COVID time is not a very big problem for us to handle the pandemic time. And then after pandemic, so are we back to the traditional way? Or it's a time for change, new energy and new attitude. So we go for hybrid learning. That is, hybrid learning is any combination of in-person and online learning. It can be also known as a blending learning. The hybrid learning experience for a student would require them to partially involve in learning online as well as in person. There are many combinations of hybrid learning. Maybe Malaysian students and teachers can go to the Delima platform, D2 and delima.edu.my, and then can find out more information about the hybrid learning. That's a combination of traditional and online tools. Okay, learning platform. So Digital Educational Learning Initiative Malaysia, that's now we are launching the Delima 2.0. We start with the Delima 1.0. I will explain later. And now is Delima 2.0. So what is the Dilemma 2.0? Make digital learning personalized. So MOE Malaysia, collaborating with Google, Apple, and Microsoft, the first of its kind platform, offer a personalized learning environment, PLE, for people and teachers to make choice on their own learning pathway. That means that's different with the LMS and then the PLE. So for the teachers, the participation in professional development. So the teachers must be developed themselves for their usage of the technology and approach for learning and teaching. So we offer in national and international certification for the teachers. So international means Google, Apple, and Microsoft offer certification for them. And then streamline your everyday admin work. You can monitor, you can see, you can mark everything in online. And then create a hybrid learning classroom for peoples. And then for the students, access the hybrid class learning. And then keep track their homework, assessment, assignment, and upcoming exams. Join the certification program and collect all the badges. This is the badges, means digital badge for them. So why do we need personalized learning environments? So unlike I just now tell about the learning management system, which focus primarily on teaching and learning online, but the PLE provide a holistic ecosystem for the peoples to engage, participate in a digital learning space, learn and collaborate. This gives peoples, teachers and staff the opportunity to access resources, digital resources, use application, or undertake professional development. Where they are in the classroom or learning remotely, it is where you do the best work, anywhere, anytime. So for the teachers, get their own space, private science belonging, with the space further to suit every student, staff member, and teachers. The space, the storage, and everything is very big. And then the boost professional development, streamline your career profession and develop your teaching strategy. And then keep the using the app and services so you can use not only the Google apps, the Microsoft apps, and then the Apple content. If you're using iPad, the iOS Apple devices, so you have more and more their content in the device. So we not we open democrat to all the teachers. You can use any devices, any services that provide in a dilemma. Then customize your profile. For the student, create your own profile, make your own page, with your personalized features, icons, and colors. Anything you can change in your profile. Connect with your peers, and then work with your peers. They can discuss anything that they can do, and find app to help your study. So this also Google, Microsoft, Apple, they offer the applications for the teacher, for the students and the teachers. They can use for their teaching and learning. Okay, what is new in Dilemma 2.0? So streamline your work from your dashboard with an overview for tasks and single gallons. You never forget the assistant, deadline, and exam, and everything will be in a Dilemma 2.0. So access everything you need in one place. That is Google Workspace, Microsoft 365, and Apple Learning Center. Connect and collaborate in real time. So the fellow people, teachers will virtual communicate to different classes, groups, year levels across your schools. It's the easiest way to collaborate on ground assessment, share helpful study, and share ideas and others. Get more value from your exciting platforms. So Dilemma 2.0 gives you access to Google Workplace for education tools, including Google Meet, Google Classroom, docs, and more, which enable real-time collaboration and efficient learning. Find your class, stay on your top of your work. So I will show, if I got the time, I will show live the Delimer 2.0. So this is the one. With the new Delimer UI and UX, you can find everything you need on streamlined dashboard from app shortcut to daily updates. It's a simple way to stay on track. So this is the old UI, and this is a new one, new UI and a new UX for the student and the teachers. So new features is digital badging, chatbot Delimer. So now we are in the educational MOE. We are using artificial intelligence, AI, and then the personalized personalization, that's an assessment, is in the Drive. Classroom is in the GC Classroom, Google Classroom, or the Teams, the Microsoft one, and then announcement and content. So this is the new UI for the students. So here the profiling will be here, the name and the school name, and this is the digital badging, and then announcement and main page. In the main menu will appear the teaching and learning, and then the content will be here. So everything in one page, and in the bottom right here, you can see the icon. This is the AI. So AI chatbot will help you to find out whatever your needs. So then that means you can chatting with the AI to help to find out what content you want within the Delimer. So this is the teachers menu, UX and UI. And now we come up with the new apps. We usually use the apps in the phone. So this is a new one, progressive web apps. That means you can make as apps and install in your device, and directly you can access in the Delimer 2.0.
All right. So Delimer apps is very, what we call that, can help the users to enter Delimer easily, isn't it?
Yes.
All right. So thank you so much for a very great
Thank you.
sharing from Mr. Anadan Darman. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So for the audience, if there is anything you guys want to ask, please be sure to type your question in the chat box, because we'll on to it later. All right. And to all the presenter, gentle reminder, we are on 10 minutes for each speaker to present your title, your presentation. All right. So thank you so much, Mr. Anandan. So we are going to move on to our next speaker. He's a teacher from Haksa Elementary School, Republic of Korea. He's conducted various activities focuses on cultures, societies, and environment to share with other countries. So today he's going to share with us about international exchange activities with COVID-19. So please welcome Mr. Park Min Woo.
Okay, so can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so can you, okay, let me start. This moment, I'm going to share my screen first.
Right.
Okay. Okay, sorry, can you see my screen? Okay, can you hear me?
Good.
Okay, so, okay, so, okay, this is Min Park from Haksa Elementary School in Korea. Okay, first of all, it's such an honor to have chance for sharing my exchange project before you guys, and hope that my presentation is not gonna be boring and will be helpful to you. And if you guys are planning to have this kind of program, I want to start my presentation by showing some pictures. Okay, first, do you guys know this bridge? The name of this bridge is Gwangan Bridge or Diamond Bridge in Busan. It's very beautiful and one of the landmarks of Busan. And what about this one? Can anybody tell me the name of this bridge? Sorry, I even don't know because I just Googled it. And let me show you the two bridges in one slide. Which one do you guys like more? Do you guys like the very shiny and fancy Gwangan Bridge or the one that nobody don't know the name of it? It depends on. But if you guys ask me which one do you prefer, then I would say, oh, I like both one. You know what? These two bridges have one thing in common, which is connecting two things that used to be departed. So I started this exchange program with schools around the world to connect my students to world. So before COVID-19, I have hosted many students around the world to Korea and held global camp with my students, including city tours, field trip, and school activities. Plus, many of my students also made visiting schools around the world and joined the global camp. It was such a great time for me and my students because we've learned many things by joining the activities. However, due to pandemic, I had to find out the new way, this international exchange program. You know, this program that I'm planning should be keeping carried out whenever they are and wherever they are and whoever they are. So I named it Live Project, Live International Webcam and Video English Class. So my students could carry out many activities under this project with schools around the world, last year, especially some schools in Malaysia. Basically, this project has carried out during regular English class time. So using the English textbook for 6th grade, I got many topics and activities for project. As you can see, there are lessons and name of it on the left side. So I got the topics for live project and students have learned the key expressions. After that, both school students have made many kinds of materials and share it. I'm going to show what my students have done with Malaysia students. First one is live project with 6th graders. You know, using lesson 2, do you know anything about Hanok? Both school students have shared their international and traditional cultures. My students have chosen some of Korean traditional cultures like Korean band Samulori, Taekwondo, Korean traditional pictures Minhwa, and wrote the letters on each card using expressions, and they have learned and sent it to Malaysia. Like this. And these are the pictures from Malaysia students. They introduced some of traditional foods. And using lesson 3, when it's Earth Day, my student wanted to introduce some of Korean special days like Korean Letters Day, Hangul, and Children's Day to Malaysia students. Also, it was the lesson of learning how to save the Earth, so they have written some measures to save the Earth on ALCoB like this. And this is the video clip for class. Please take a look.
I give you the mic. Okay, thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Sokongan. Earth Day, you should Tumblr, you should turn off the water when you wash your hands, and you should recycle plastic. Thank you.
And in lesson 6, both school students made their own travel plans after pandemic. So after running the key expressions of lesson 6, they have made their own travel plan. As you can see on the right side, they posted each travel plan on the Padlet to share with Malaysia friends. And lastly, using lesson 8, they made a guidebook of Busan. As you can see, there is a session to introduce a tourist spot to foreign friends or teachers in Korean textbook. But none of teacher doesn't share this one with foreign friend or a teacher. But I wanted my student to make the tour guide and share it to Malaysia friend at English class time. So they made the tour guide book like this. After making tour guide book, my student had time of sharing like these pictures. Next, I'd like to share the first grade live project. Until last year, I was the English teacher of first grade and grade 4 and grade 6. Well, to do this project with first grade, there are some issues I have to deal with. First, their English level is quite low compared with 6th grade, so it's not going to be working well if I do like I did with 6th graders. Second, as I'm a teacher of Korea, I have to keep the national English curriculum. So with the limited word, sentences, and textbook, it cannot be possible to do this one. Lastly, I had to secure the offline class time to teach them. So to solve these matters, I thought of role play. On first grade English textbook, their role play session every 2 lessons are finished. So I was planning of having online English play festival with various stories, like some of Korean stories, some of the Western stories. So I have chosen the story of play from textbook like this, and put more words, characters on each story for my student. And after their role chosen, students practiced a lot. And these are the pictures of play day. And for more information, I will show the short video clip of this one.
Can we edit it with no?
Yes, you can. So, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I don't know how to do it. Neither will I have to say I don't need food from you. Thanks. How did you do that? What? Yeah, swallow. Bye. Oh, I can have swallow too.
Oh my God, it's so for you.
I know. Now I can hurt you. Please give me a seat.
This is for you.
So before wrapping up my presentation, let me show one picture. These are the workshop when I held with around 20 schools principal of Malaysia in 2018. That was the first time I became a kind of bridge connecting schools. Until now, I have connected around 70 schools in Korea and Malaysia, and I wanted to prove that these international exchange programs can be keeping going on regardless of pandemic. That's why I made this live project last year. Since it made my students to wide the view of the world even in this pandemic, the project was very simple but meaningful to both me and my students. So if you guys show any interest in having this project, including schools connecting, material sharing, feel free to contact me. Hope my present wasn't boring, and before the 3 presenter presentation was very nice, and my presentation is a little bit focused on school teaching. Anyway, thank you so much, and thank you for listening. That's all.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Pak Min Woo, for your sharing just now. The idea of webcam class caught my attention because it's very interesting. I found that the student will enjoy the lesson more.
Yeah,
during that activities. All right, thank you so much for sharing just now. All right, so now we are going to have a Q&A session with our four first speaker. So if there are any questions, you can type in the chat box and I will share with them. All right, so we have a question from Aisha Ahmad. Much digital sources provided, but out internet access not friendly to us. So how to overcome this matter? So can we have any of the okay, so can we have Mr. Anandan to clarify this question?
Hello, can you hear me?
All right, yes. So
Hi,
here,
Aisha.
the question here. So how to overcome how to overcome this matter? The internet access is not friendly.
Okay, that's why in the Dilemma 2.0, we restrict everything in Dilemma 2.0 within the MOE students and teachers. So all the application and services provided by Dilemma is very secure. So if you use the what they call in the app stores or the iOS apps, so that is owned by the owners. It's not by the provider, service provider. So it's open. So that means that is not a secure. So that's why we approach all the teachers and students. Anything workspace application you want to download, you download from the Dilemma applications. You enter the Dilemma platform, and then you get all the services and you add on. So don't download and keep in as apps in your device. It's not a secured one. Thank you.
So thank you so much, Mr. Anandan. I hope that answered the question. All right, next we have caffeine-inspired teaching. So what about the license fees, and are these apps free to use?
Yeah. Okay. Within the Dilemma 2.0, all the application is free.
Yes. Okay. The application is free, and
even it's a Google, Microsoft, or Apple. Apple is the device. Apple only.
All right. So we can download it from iOS App Store and also Play Store.
You download from the platform.
Okay, so we can download it.
Yes.
All right. So is there any other question? So here we have Mr. Mujahid Rosli. How to overcome language barrier between overachiever student and underachiever student. So about overachiever and underachiever student. So can we have speakers to answer this question? All right, so we have Mr. Park. So how to overcome language barrier between low and high proficiency level of student?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, speaking of the overcome language barrier, last year I have taught first grader and sixth graders, and standard 4, standard 6, their English level is totally different. So that's why I think we have to focus on their English level first. So what if their English level is quite low, but they need the very difficult one? Maybe they might be losing the interesting of it. So that's why they have to focus on very easy one. What if you have the lower kid, like first grader, grader 2, grader 3, and you can't just focus on speaking English or something. You can just make something and putting some English stuff. Well, speaking of having class with the sixth grader or more high levels of English student, and you can just writing some matters or making something. So you have to think of many different kinds of activities. That's why last year I did the role play activity with first grader. Many of my first grader students cannot even say 3 or 4 sentences, but they just focus on role play and they love it, and they still like they become
so you can mix them together and they will help each other.
yeah,
right?
right, yeah. We have to deal with it differently.
Okay.
Yeah.
So from Nuraini binti Abdul Jabbar. So the collaboration with schools in Korea look interesting. So how can we contact Mr. Park Min-woo and involve in the program? So how they are going to contact you, Mr. Park?
Yeah, speaking of connecting schools in Korea especially, I believe that this project is hosted by the SK713 or Madam Ong Bibi, right? And she is the teacher of ALCoB in Malaysia. I'm also teacher of Korea ALCoB organization. So that's why if you guys show any interest in having program with schools around in Korea, so feel free to contact Madam Olivi first, and she is going to make a list of schools in Malaysia, and then she is going to send me the list to me, and I'm going to connect schools in Korea. So no other teacher have failed connecting schools in Korea as of now. I connected every schools in Korea.
All right, so we are looking forward to work with Puan Nuraini. All right, so do we have any other question? All right, we have from Din Rizaldin. Mr. Park, how many students you have in the class? So how many students in your class?
Last year we have taught first grade and sixth grader. In one class, there are 23 or 24 students.
20 students.
23 or 24, it depends. Well, less than 25.
All right. So how you how you manage the student in your classroom?
Speaking of webcam class, every student should attend. But in Korea, one class is 40 minutes. In 40 minutes, every student cannot present. So that's why, speaking of presentation, they made a group of 4 or group of 5, and using some special
small group.
Yes, yeah, with a small group, and they made that.
All right. So thank you so much, Mr. Park.
Thank you.
So we have another question from Najwa binti Zainuddin. How many students per class when doing the activities? Okay, just now we already answered it, about 20. And how can Mr. Park make sure all the students involved in the activities? How you make sure all your students involved in the activities?
Okay, so speaking of this one, please, listen very carefully. I mean, when it comes to presentation to Malaysian student on webcam class, before webcam class, I already have 3 or 2 more class with my student, like making presentation, making poster, writing letters, and putting, uploading or putting on the Padlet or other social media, right? So these all kind of activity is under live project or international exchange program. So on weekend class, the student who want to share their story can have presentation. I told you not every student can have presentation before Malaysia student, but I do believe that among 25 students, around 10 or 11 students can presentation. And next time when they have chance to have presentation and they have chance.
All right. So thank you. I hope that answers the question. So next we have Khalifa Afnan. Is there any Korean word there, Mr. Park? Would love to connect with you one day. How do you manage your time doing the online class? And is it part of your class lecture, or do you find time outside school hour? So if you doing that one during class or outside class hour, school hour?
That question was very nice one. Thank you for asking me. So, speaking of my live project should be done on regular English class time.
Because
of pandemic, until last year, many of my students cannot come to school, right? So I thought that to focus on this class, I have to use my regular English time. So that's why I rearrange my English class using this one. So that's why I made a live project with my textbook, with my school topic, in my regular English time.
All right. Right, so have you done in a regular English class? So thank you. So do you have any other question from the audience? Okay, so still waiting for the questions. All right, so we have from Cikgu Faisal. So what is the biggest obstacle have been faced through the process? So this question is for Miss Lee Soyung. All right, sorry Lee. All right, sorry. So what is the biggest
Yeah,
obstacles have been faced through the process of the project?
yeah. Actually, I have joined to the Institute of this IACE after pandemic. So all the projects are going online, and it is quite difficult when you have online classroom or online meeting. There is a lack of internet connection or yeah, buffering. Yeah, so that's the biggest obstacle that I have ever faced so far. Apart from that, all the events and the projects went very well successfully thanks to the support from our Ministry of Education and Ministry of Education from Malaysia, Indonesia, and other economies.
All right, so thank you so much. I think
Yeah.
that's answered the question. So we have next from Nur Hasliza binti Abdul Wahab. So how do you carry out your class activity? Is it fully English or a mix of Korean language?
Actually, this school change exchange program, which is ACP, our cooperative project. The teachers who are participating in this project are English teachers or math teachers, music teacher. Yeah, so even if there is even if it's they don't speak English, and when you have this project with economy who don't speak English at all, it doesn't matter. You can use other platform like Word Translator. Yeah. So I saw there was no difficulties when I saw the results from or the
All right,
project.
so we just use a basic English during the activities, right? So that
Yes.
all academics can involve.
Yes.
All right, so next we have from Lava Bala. So we have more than 45 students in classroom. In a classroom, so we have 45 students, minimum 40. So how to involve all of them in these activities at a time? So we teachers having difficulties to focus in big group of students. So in the classroom, we have minimum 40 students. So how to carry out it?
Everything okay? Can see my slide and everything.
Yeah, I think this question goes to Mr. Park Min-woo, since he is conducting this exchange program with students.
All right, so Mr. Park, can you answer this question? So how you involve all how can we involve 40 students, such a big group?
Speaking of the class with the 14-5 students, which is very big group, right, comparing to Korea. But so I do believe that if you guys think of every one student should be doing something, every one student should be presenting before Korean student around the world, it'll be very difficult, right? So that's why last year when I had class with the first grader, my first grader's English level is very low, and speaking of for many students, you have to we have to find out another ways. I mean, this international exchange program is not just gonna be presenting something to Malaysia friend. It's not gonna be, writing letter to Malaysia friend or something. So we can focus, we can approach the other ways like music time, PE time, or art time. So someone told me that how the lower students show interest in this program. That's why I did role play, not just role play. You know, all of my 50 students also practice the song, and they sing a song Malaysia friend or Australian student or New Zealand student, or they all made the cooperate the drawing session and with making drawing stuff, and they have written their name. Only lower student can write down their name, and the middle level student write down some more stuff. By doing so, they start showing interesting. It's kind of it's not that good. Every student should focus on. Every student should love this one. But they start the first step. This is my biggest concern for either lower student or how high levels English student.
All right. So we still have another question from Khalifa Afnan. So Miss Soyan Lee, is there any special grant or fund provided for foreign teacher like Malaysia by IACE? If there is any, how do the teachers can apply for it?
Okay, so it's each project has different budget and different process. And for example, let me tell you two projects for example. So the first one is ALCoB cooperative project, which is a school exchange program, and this project is first Korean teacher, they applied for this project, and they write the proposal. They write the proposal, and when it's accepted, then we give the Korean teacher the fund, the budget for a year, so that they can use the money to send culture box or buy some stuff for their teachers. Yeah, this is one way for ACP, ALCoB cooperative project. And there is another project which is AIV, ALCoB in ICT volunteer program, and it is there is no money that we give you in person. However, we provide you ICT kits when they participate in this program, because it includes ICT virtual training. So when you do the training for ICT training program, you need this ICT kits. So we buy the kits and we send the kits to MOE Malaysia, and they send it to they distribute to the region, to the teachers. Yeah. And for the ACP, I mean, how to apply? Korean teachers, they apply first, and when they don't have school, like match school, partner school, then we IAC match schools from Malaysia, from Indonesia, from Philippines, everywhere. And for this chance to get, it's better for you to register on our online platform, International School Network. You can write ISNET for edu.org. That's the website. You can check the website and you can register your school. Then I will have the list of your school. Then when it's like I consider the school level and the school curricular of the year, then I match with the school for exchange program. And on the other hand, for the AIV program, you apply to the MOE Malaysia to participate. We are going to have 40 teachers this year. Yeah.
All right. So thank you so much. So teachers can apply through website.
Yes.
All right. Thank you so much for all the speakers. And that was the last question. Thank you so much to all the speakers for sharing for this session. So we are going to have about 5 minutes break before we proceed with the next presentation. So see you later. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we're going to have 5 minutes break, and we are going to be back at 10:05 a.m. Stay tuned.
Pendapatan tambahan melalui pelaburan dapat membantu untuk mencapai inginkan. Itu APEC, broker online nombor 1 yang berpengalaman selama 10 tahun.
Okta FX, platform dagangan online yang paling dipercayai di seluruh Asia.
Reimagining education beyond the classroom. And 4:30 p.m. for students. So you can use the link given later. All right. So next we are going to proceed with our next speaker. She is one of the chair of AFS Antara Budaya Malaysia. Will be sharing with us about intercultural learning to shape leaders and bridge cultures. So please welcome Khalilah Datuk Muhammad Talha.
My name is
Hi, Madam Khalilah. All right.
I represent Yayasan AFS Antara Budaya Malaysia. I'm so sorry that I cannot be there in person with you today or even live on Zoom or whatever platform this is, because I have a prior commitment. Anyway, I hope this video will be able to shed some light on what we did during the pandemic. Because as you know, AFS is a mobility program. And during the pandemic, there were a lot of restrictions on movement. Borders were closed. Schools were closed, and then they were open, and then they were closed again. So there was a lot of uncertainty. But our program continued, and this is how we did it. But first,
all right, so it seems like we have a technical issues, so we repeat the recording again. So while waiting for the technical team to solve the problem, I would like to remind to all the audience, if you have any questions, kindly type it in the chat box, and please mention the speaker's name so that we can ask direct to the speaker.
hello everyone, my name is Halila and I represent Yayasan AFS Antara Budaya Malaysia. I'm so sorry that I cannot be there in person with you today or even live on Zoom or whatever platform this is, because I have a prior commitment. Anyway, I hope this video will be able to shed some light on what we in AFS did during the pandemic. Because as you know, AFS is a mobility program, And during the pandemic, there were a lot of restrictions on movements. Borders were closed, schools were closed, and then they were open, and then they were closed again. So there was a lot of uncertainty, but our program continued, and this is how we did it. But first, a little bit about AFS, because some of you may not know who we are. AFS was actually started by a group of ambulance drivers who had served in World War I and World War II. They saw all that unnecessary carnage and decided to do something about it. They wanted to basically change the world, and so they took affirmative action by coming up with a simple idea, which is getting the youths of the world, get them to know one another better, and the best way to do this is through mobility programs or exchange programs, where they learn about each other in a more profound and deeper way. Yeah? So thus began the first exchanges between what were once warring countries, and now AFS has grown into a large network with a lot of reach across the world. We have more than 60 partner countries around the world, and we're present in more than 100 countries actually. So this is how it all started. I understand this second ALCoB conference stresses about PBL, or project-based learning. And as I understand it, PBL integrates knowing and doing. So a student acquires knowledge and learns the elements of a core curriculum, but then applies it to a real-world problem or situation and comes up with results that matter. So in this way, and by using digital tools, of course, for more high-quality collaborative products, they will learn things throughout their journey. These things cannot be learned out of a textbook. It is only through experience and through doing. And then they develop intangible assets such as drive, passion, resiliency, creativity, and empathy. And this is where I see that the AFS and PBL actually have similarities, because this is what we also believe in AFS. The theory of change is through experience, through learning, and through practice. When our student goes for an intercultural exchange experience, he or she is actually embedded in that culture for a period of time. It could be 6 months, it could be 3 months, it could be a year. But whatever it is, he becomes a part of that family, because he has a host family, he goes to a host school, and he belongs to the community and is an active part of that community. So throughout his student journey, he will learn about, well, more about himself, he will learn about the community, he will learn about how to adapt and how to communicate, because as you know, certain cultures, they are not forthright. Like in Asia, we like to beat around the bush rather than be confrontational. Whereas in other cultures, they prefer to be forthright and honest and upfront. So our student learns how to adapt, how to communicate in that kind of society. And they learn more about volunteering. They learn how to recognize stereotypes and generalizations. They learn basically more about the world, and they have a global outlook. Their public speaking skills also improve by leaps and bounds, because they are required to know more about Malaysia and to talk more about Malaysia and share with not just their family, but their community and other schools that they visit and other communities that they belong to. So in a way, just like PBL enhances the communication skills, the presentation skills of the students, so do AFS through such opportunities. So when the pandemic struck, what did we do? We can't just sit and wait for things to happen. We have to survive, we have to carry on. And even though AFS is basically a mobility program that requires in-person interactions for the most effective results, we still huddled down and we looked at what we have achieved through all these years. We have more than 100 years of experience. And with this, the AFS team in New York created a series of interesting online programs, not just for training, but also for enhancing your skills, your knowledge, and your global outlook.
Hello everyone.
Hello.
Hello.
It has just been so amazing talking to different people
and to connect with around the world.
There are a lot of students here.
Learning about different cultures and talking to people from different countries, knowing about their experiences.
Because learning broadens our views and opens our eyes to the real world.
Now I see how important it is to measure our actions, think globally.
At the end, we can all be friends.
Genuinely interested in others.
I really now see myself as a global citizen.
It was also during this time that we launched a training session, not just for our volunteers, for our stakeholders, but also for educators around the world and in Malaysia too. AFS Malaysia facilitated the Global Competence Certificate online training program for 100 educators throughout Malaysia. So it was well received, and we hope to do more to reach out to more educators with this program. When travel restrictions eased up a bit and student travel was allowed to certain countries with certain SOPs, we were happy because we thought we could restart our mobility programs. But unfortunately, there were some bumps along the way, and the student was not able to arrive in Malaysia, nor our student go out. But the selection had already been made, the families had been notified, the students were looking forward to the experience. So we still went ahead with it, but virtually. So the students connected with their AFS host families through online platforms and got to know each other better, got to show their culture, and basically interacted just like a normal family would, except online and not in person. But they learned a lot from that too. So this is one of the things that we managed to do during the pandemic, using a lot of technology to connect people. So ladies and gentlemen, participants of ALCoB conference, I hope this sharing session has been of some use to you. AFS aims to bridge cultures for greater understanding, and through our experiential learning approach, we hope to create leaders and change makers that will make a difference in this world. Because we are in an increasingly interconnected world, we need to work together to find global solutions for our global problems. And I'm also glad to note that in this conference, there are 2 AFS alumni here with us today, and they are Vayo and Fazri Hassan. We are proud of them both. They have created ripples out there and making a difference in what they do. You'll be hearing from them and learning a lot from them too, I'm sure. So once again, thank you for affording AFS this opportunity to share what we do with ALCoB. And we hope to see students of ALCoB to become AFS alumni too one day, all right? So thank you once again and all the best for the conference and for the future. Bye.
All right, thank you so much, Puan Khalilah, Datuk Muhammad Talha, for a very great sharing. So I hope AFS will reach more participants and achieve the objective of AFS itself. So next, let's move on to our next presenter. So we have a teacher from Dignity for Children Foundation. She works primarily with refugee children and other underprivileged community in Klang Valley. So we'll be sharing on educating the underprivileged with digital learning. So please welcome Madam Violecia Low.
Hi, welcome to my presentation for today. My name is Violecia Lau, and my presentation today is called Educating the Underprivileged with Digital Learning. Feel free to pay attention and take down any notes or any questions that you may have, and you can ask me at the end of my presentation. A little bit about myself. My name is Violecia Lau. I did my bachelor's in education in Taylor's University, and I have been working as a teacher for many years now. I've been in education since 2013. At 2018, I started working as a primary school teacher in an international school in Malaysia. Then after working there for about 4 years, I transitioned to work in my current workplace since December 2021. And my current workplace is called the Dignity for Children Foundation. So I am somebody who always enjoyed education, always have a passion for teaching, like a lot of you on this call. And I also enjoy doing social work at the side. So in my current role, I am not just a teacher, but I also do a social work element in my teaching day to day. In case you are not familiar with where I work, I actually work in a school colloquially called as Dignity. You can, of course, search us online. We are dignityforchildren.org. So Dignity for Children is a non-governmental organization that provides holistic care and education for marginalized and urban poor children in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. So we are based in Sentul, Kuala Lumpur, and we serve toddler ages all the way up to A levels. So a lot of our students are underprivileged children. They come from very vulnerable communities. A lot of them are refugees. Some of them are urban poor, and they all come together in our school with the passion for learning. So as teachers or staff who work in a school, we don't just provide an education, we also care for their well-being, and we also care about the community. So we do things like community outreach, we do things like caring for how our students are doing at homes and whatnot. So what sets us apart is how we go about transforming their lives through education. In case you are curious, we do use the UK curriculum, the UK primary, O levels, as well as A level curriculum. So now when we talk about online learning, what this pandemic has really showed me is how the privileged and underprivileged have different access to the same method of learning. So I'm speaking from my personal experience as somebody who has worked in an international school at the height of the pandemic, and now I'm transitioning to work in a not international school. And the students that attend these schools, they come from different backgrounds. So when I was working in my international school, when the government announced overnight that we have to work from home, school had to transition to be from home, a lot of my students had no issue with that because they come from homes or areas with good bandwidth. They all have access to devices. They have their own rooms, so they have space for learning. And at their homes, they have different resources like Legos, all of these which teachers can ask them to take it out, put it in front of them as we teach math. They also have in a way strong reading skills. So if we were to give them a research assignment that is quite independent, they are able to do it quite well because they understand what they're reading. And a lot of them have primary and secondary devices, like they have access to smartphones, they have laptops, they have desktops, and if they need help as well, their parents, who a lot of them have quite a high level of education up to a university level. Some of them even have a PhD. They are able to support their children at home. So this is what I experienced as somebody who worked at a international school at the height of the pandemic. But talking to some of my co-workers now, what their online teaching and learning was like during the pandemic was a totally different ballgame. So a lot of the students, they come from an area with low bandwidth. So if you think about how slow your internet is, think about the whole area as a low bandwidth area. You know what I mean? So in a way, the struggle is already there because online learning, you need good internet. If you don't really have good internet, then what are you relying on? You're relying on SIM cards, and sometimes access to internet is an issue because some of the students, they don't have Wi-Fi at home. They only rely on their parents' phones for their SIM card. Space for quiet learning is also challenging because some of them lived in cramped quarters whereby it's quite a lot of people in the same space and all of them need to use a device for different purposes such as online learning or doing their homework. Resources at home are also limited, is what I hear from my fellow co-workers compared to an international school environment or more privileged families. On the other end, what my co-workers did was they created lesson packs, like printed booklets, and sent those to the children's homes. So where internet is not accessible, where device is an issue, some of them, they may not have like their own laptop, and a few family members, for example, siblings, all share their parents' phone. So if one sibling uses the device to go online for lessons, then the other sibling cannot do the same. And imagine this, a small smartphone, something like this, is used for Zoom. And you know how data intensive Zoom can be. So my heart really goes out to the students who have the will to learn, but perhaps the circumstances make online learning more challenging. And the last point here would be a parental level of education. So a lot of the students come from families. It's a good mix. You have some who have parents who are more literate. They are able to support at home, but you also have the other end as well. For my current school right now, whereby some parents, they are not that fluent in English or even Bahasa. So trying to help their children becomes a huge challenge when the parents themselves are also facing, for example, disruptions at work due to the pandemic. So it becomes a bit more challenging here. So when you look at online learning in the lens of, for example, a more privileged school environment or underprivileged situation, then you can really see how the struggle is there. So this is how the reality is. I would just like to share this with all of you here today. And so how did my school meet the gap? Well, the teachers really tried their best. Shout out to all of the teachers and all of the staff that worked to make this happen. So all of the staff were mobilized to support each other. So it's not just one teacher creating all the slides. So we have a team of staff that will create all the slides, the worksheets, the answers. We have a team of teachers that will run the lessons. Then you have another team, because it was also the height of the pandemic as well. You have other people who will also support the families with like food deliveries, and at the same time, the lesson materials will be printed and sent to the students' homes. We also have huge public support as well as corporate sponsorships that make up the difference in terms of devices, data SIM cards, raising funds for laptops, and whatnot. So it's really a huge team effort here. And as the saying goes, it takes a village. It truly does. And so if you can see on the screen here, over 170 devices were given to our students and over 10,000 ringgit were raised for mobile data top-up. So if it wasn't for public support, then it would be hard for the teachers, the school, public to make such a great impact. So what does school look like now? Well, the school has fully reopened. So we have students coming into the school, we do social distancing in school, and we do lessons as per normal. So with this happening, we can really see how the students really enjoy coming back to school and learning goes on as per normal. So that's all for our presentation today. I hope you got to see and actually understand the realities of online learning when it comes to, you know, what the underprivileged communities are going through and how public support, you know, private-public partnership, public donations, how different teams in our school really work together to help our students make the most out of online learning during the tough situation, which is the height of the pandemic. So if you have any questions, feel free to email me or you can reach out to me on LinkedIn. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much, Madam Sia Lau, for the great sharing just now. So if you have any question, you can email to her. So next, we are going to move to our next speaker. We'll be sharing on publication of case books by different level of global education cooperation activities. He's here from Banpo Elementary School, Busan, South Korea. So please welcome Mr. Lee Jae-woon.
Hello everyone, I'm Jae-woon Lee from Korea. This is great honor to speak in front of these great teachers. I'm so happy to be here again. And I'm so thank you for supporting us. ALCoB, they supporting us to do this research, and I also thank you for every steps in this conference. So let me start. So this is about the APLC Team Korea in Malaysia. My name is Jae-woon Lee. I'm working in a Banpo Elementary School in Busan. So I will talking about my team and our work. So I'm going to tell you why we start. Maybe global education, citizen education is really important, but still we don't know how to, because there is so many activities in there. So someone needs to organize. So teachers need navigators for the global education cooperation. So we try to make a map of activities. So this is simple idea. Why we start. So this is my team blog. Blog means bucket list of GCED. So 2 country, 9 teachers work together. They are all mostly, they're amazing. Yeah. And every Monday we met in a web. So once a week for the Korean teachers, we gathering databases and articles together and we combined it. And once a month we change it into English and we're talking with Malaysian teacher. We do this one by one, so maybe we starting from the person and we set the different steps, like 5 steps. So we separate into five team into pair. So after making each step and we combine them all and we sharing them into groups. So there's a two main idea. So this is not a making a new data. So we just making a database guide because we just finding our articles from ALCoB network and maybe also from the other resources, but we just trying to put in one place that we can searching and making the map to help the teachers to find more easy activities. So this is my team member. Yeah, Madam Ong and Madam Oi and Madam Su. They're all passionate and very professional teachers, so they help us to making into the international version. And this is me, and this is Miss Lee and Park and Jung and Bas Devi and Mr. Han. They also have many experiences about GCED, so they are a really great team. So publication of casebooks by different level of global education cooperation activities is the main research name. So there is a step and materials and labeled activities. So we put the steps so just teachers can do after one by one, and we put the materials good and bad so that teachers can thinking about that activity, and we put the labels inside the each steps. So because teachers have a different situation, so maybe you can see. So first step is about the PEMPEL. Maybe you already know about the PEMPEL. So like this. So this is good and bad. So in PEMPEL, there's 4 different steps. So just simple comments in video conference, maybe like this. The students can showing pictures of each other. This could be the PEMPEL using a video, but it's getting harder when they writing comments through the SNS. They can writing their feelings or their questions into SNS. And the level 3 is real poster exchange, and level 4 is email exchange. Maybe this could be changed, but most of students having a language problem, so we put level 4. And the level 2 is cultural exchange. This is main activities maybe mostly teachers do, but yeah, while doing this corona era, so we need to find more other activities. So we can choose a topic like a food, costume, a festival, and traditional things, and language. So students can present each other. So it has this plus minus. So there are 6 levels, but this in half, maybe level 1 to 3 is online, and level 4, 5, 6 is real time, so face to face. Maybe we cannot do this now, but so the just presentation is very simple. So this is that, that is this. So this is very simple, but experience sharing is making something together or sharing some experiences together, and cooperative activities, making something together at once. So for example, we made tteokbokkis together, so students can combine each other, so we can bring a better result from that. So 4, 5, 6 is the same, but this is face-to-face activity. And step 3 is subject exchange. So subject exchange is it's concerning about the subject. So they're studying about Earth Day, and maybe it's about maybe science. So if we want to make subject exchange, we can separate into 3. So just one time, a very short time subject exchange is level number 1, and mid long term exchange is level 2, and level 3 is like a long term, like a one semester. So maybe for doing this, teachers need to preparing more and more and more, because we just need to think about the curriculums in. So, and teaching and cross teaching after Corona, we just can do this online. So this picture shows it very clearly. So 8 country teachers can teach another country students through the web. So this is one of example. My co-teachers teaches Korean food to Philippine students, and Philippine teachers can teach us making traditional food in Philippines. So Korean students making their food at home. So this teaching and cross-teaching has 4 different levels also. The last one is face-to-face exchange. So maybe this was normal before the Corona, but now we can't. So we just need to prepare in the future. But the face-to-face activity is really important, I think. So this can change their life even, right? So, but face-to-face activity is really hard to do. So teacher need budget and many paperwork. So we put the 5 levels in here. So level 1 is just simple visiting. Level 2 is just class active exchange, and level 3 is camp. The students comes to one place together, they can do. And level 4 is a homestay, and level 5 is stereotype. It's a mixed type, so maybe most of face-to-face is level 5. Maybe we still have some other homework. As you know, we still have something to do in these steps, and I think we need to make it more simple, and I hope we put these materials into one place, like a ALCoB network. So we need to make it easy to access. So we still need working together more, and I hope someday I really want to show a new version of our research. If you have any more questions, maybe just feel free. Maybe if I can answer online, maybe you can talk to me later. So see you later, guys. Thank you so much. I'm so happy to be here. Yeah, see you next time. Bye bye.
All right. So thank you so much, Mr. Lee Jae-won, for a very great sharing just now on publication of casebook by different level of global education cooperation activities. So we will turn the time to our next presenter. She's an assistant director at BSTP Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. So actively involved in managing programs that contributes to the enhancement of teachers' competency, especially in technology. So we'll be sharing on 21st century educational leadership competencies among school leaders in Malaysia. So we have now, please welcome Ms. Puan Jayanti Jayaraman.
Thank you very much, sir. All right, a very good morning
and a warm welcome to my session. As the moderator has just introduced me, I am Jayanti Jayaraman, and currently I'm attached to the Educational Resource and Technology Division, MOE Malaysia. So once again, thank you for having me, and I hope my session will give you some insight on the competencies of a school leader that plays vital role in making a school high in quality. So ladies and gentlemen, I'll be going to my slides. All right. So the topic of my presentation is 21st century educational leadership competencies among Malaysian school leaders. Right. The need to transform Malaysian education system is high, as the demand of the current as well as the future workforce is extraordinary. Automation will be playing a vital role, says Dan Carlson in an event. It was a conference back in 2019 I joined. It was a Microsoft conference where he mentioned that automation will be playing a vital role in future. And to keep up with the automation, the workforce will demand a higher level of cognitive skills in areas such as problem solving, explicit social emotional skills, creativity, and critical thinking. All right. The Ministry of Education Malaysia is doing its level best, I would say, to equip the country's human capital with 21st century knowledge and skills. The Malaysian Education Blueprint 2013-2025 was developed, outlining the strategies and initiative to prepare Malaysian educators as well as students holistically, which allows them to be successful in this 21st century. Although, ladies and gentlemen, although there are great efforts being put into place to enhance the education system in Malaysia so that it caters to the need of what I've mentioned earlier, the 21st century workforce and the likes, it is a fact that not all the 10,000 plus schools that we have in the nation are performing as what we have been envisioned, not only by the MOE, but also by all Malaysian, I suppose. There is definitely a variation in the quality of Malaysian public schools. All right. And this is evident when many parents, I would say, parents are going after schools that are decent, high in quality. They will even change their residential address, right, to enroll their kid in a high-end school. And it has been quoted somewhere by Loon in the year of 2018. And looking at the reason why is such scenario is happening, even though MOE has given, equally, done it all good for all schools. And why are these things happening? And when we scrutinize the reason, one of the reasons that contributes to make a school high in quality and performance is the role of the school leader, all right? A competent school leader is one of the main aspects that helps to set the standard of a particular school. This is further strengthened when school leadership is now given much priority and made as the education policy priority around the globe. All right. And when I say school leadership here, the element that is being focused is the school leaders 21st century educational leadership competencies. So the skills that a leader has, it definitely speaks louder. Now, why is that? Why is that the 21st century educational leadership competency are so crucial, are so important? when we look at the relationship between a school leader's competency and the result that they create in their school, it is always indisputable. Studies in the past, has clearly shown that a leader that possesses effective educational leadership skills gives a significantly positive impact on school quality, job satisfaction, school culture, and work satisfaction. So they contribute to the school environment enhancement. Good school leadership is one of the main reasons why a school is performing to the level that many are expecting. So in general, school principals deal with leadership, management, and administration. We might be, using these words, leadership, management, and administration, more or less in the same way. But actually, these three scope has different values. Higher order tasks such as to improve teacher and students' performance, that one falls under leadership category. And routine maintenance such as a school operation, that one falls under management. And lower order duty falls under administration. So all these duties need much attention from the school leader. And this is where they'll find difficulties, especially in balancing all these three aspects of their role. So, however, with the appropriate skills at hand, school leaders definitely can deal the need of the role not only with ease, but also effectively, efficiently. These are the things that we are looking forward. And plus a very recent scenario that I would like to relate to. I think all the speakers did mention about this COVID-19 pandemic. So I too want to touch on that. So during this period of time, school leaders play a vital role. Any decision, school teachers, students, parents will be looking at them, waiting for an answer. So at times of turbulence, these people, the leaders, have to make decision. Okay, now our school environment, these are the scenario, what are we going to do? So these things, the decision comes from the leader. So when the leader is competent, they have all the skills, they know how to solve the issues, the problems, and the communication skill, all the least. I have 7 main dimension skills later that I'll be presenting. So when they have all those at hand, they can handle it at ease. All right. And also during that period, COVID-19 period, school leaders were pushed to adapt and adopt technology skills, and they were pushed to many things that they need to do. So if, let's say, at that particular time they could not do it, they do not only fail the group of teachers, but also they fail our future generation, the school kids. So that's the reason why competency plays a vital role. Now, so what I did was, I was very much interested in this whole idea of school leaders' competency. So what I did here is that I carried out a research to measure the secondary school. I focused on the secondary school leaders, 21st century educational leadership competency. I used 2 models here. The models that I use is, one is focusing on the instructional leadership by Hellinger and Murphy, 1895. They have their latest version, the updated version of their instruments that I use to measure the school leaders, PIMRS, all right? And I also used another model that comes from the National Association Secondary School Principal, all right? Why I looked at these both model is because one focuses much on instructions, and the other one looks at even the things that we take for granted. For For example, like the skills such as being sensitive. A leader must be sensitive. So these are the skills that being measured in the second model that I have chose, that is from the NESSP. So I merged these two models, and I came up with my very own model. It has seven main skill areas or dimension. All right, you can see on the left, I have outlined it, the 7 main skills that a school leader be good if they have all this. All right, defining the school mission, managing instructional program mission, managing instructional program, promoting school climate, educational leadership, resolving complex problem, communication, developing self and others. So these are the 7 main skills that that the both models put forward that a school leader must have in order to lead their school to become a successful one. So when we say defining the school mission, there are 3 sub-skills down there. Managing instructional program, there are another 3 sub-skills there. Promoting school climate, there are 2. Educational leadership, 3. So there are sub-skills under each main skills here. All right. So I created a Google form and share it with school field leaders, or in Bahasa we call it Ketua Bidang Sekolah. Yeah? I share it with them because this set of teachers in a school, we have 4 school field leaders, and these field leaders, why I choose my respondents as field leaders to evaluate, to measure school leader, is because there is a study saying that these people are the representative of the academic teachers down there. So any issues, these are the 4 people bringing up to the school leader, and they are the one who could see the immediate response reaction of a school leader. So they are the best people to measure on how the school leader would react to any kind of issues that being put forward to them. So I gave them a 2-week time. In the time frame, I got 87% back respondents responding to my questionnaire. So from there, I used SPSS version 26 to analyze my data. So I analyzed my data, and then I came to a few findings. Yeah, I came to a few findings, and these are my findings. I have seen that there's quite a number of findings. I just chose a few which is relevant to my present topic. All right. The very first one is that overall, when we look at Malaysian secondary school leaders' 21st century educational leadership competency, their level at the moment, according to the observant, this is from the observant perspective, is at moderate high level. Although the group of people, the frequency says that they are at high level. The frequency says that they are at high level, but the mean says the school leaders' 21st century educational leadership skills are at moderate high level. That means it's below 4. So we have 5, right? Scale 1 to 5, and the standing is 3.94. It's moderate high, and the standard deviation is 0.66. And then we have my second finding. The highly demonstrated skills among Malaysian secondary school leaders are communication skill. And this was very relevant when I spoke to a school leader. It was a common conversation, and when speaking to him, he says that, yes, when you become a school leader, communication skills is very crucial. That's the thing that does everything. So, and I could see that in my data. It says the observant sees that the school leaders are demonstrating high level of communication skills. Let it be oral or written. So in both aspects, both skills, oral and written, they are good. School leaders are doing it well. And the less demonstrated skill, all right? This is also interesting finding that the less demonstrated skill among Malaysian secondary school leaders is that those skills under the managing the instructional program. Managing the instructional program, we have 3 sub-skills under that. That is supervise and evaluate instruction, coordinating curriculum, and monitoring students' progress. So the mean here is 3.91, the least of all the 7, all right? And the standard deviation is 0.71. So, and another skill, another thing that the school field leaders claim, that the school leaders are less visible. You know, maintaining high visibility was the skill put forward to them, and the result that I got, this was the least, you know, skill shown, maintaining high visibility. That means most of the time, of all the skills, most of the time school leaders are not seen in school areas very frequently. So the conclusion that I would come up with is that secondary school leaders must pay close attention to skills such as monitoring students' progress, all right, curriculum coordination, as well as supervision and evaluation of instruction. And the other part as well, maintaining high visibility. So these are the 4 things that maybe school leaders could take point where they want to do it more frequently, like, you know, walking around in the school area and monitor school students' progress, asking the teacher how is the student progressing, and things like that. And this finding also, I think, will help the agencies that deals with training, leadership training. So if they could emphasize on these 21st century educational leadership skills, so from moderate high we can make it to high, so that would be nice, you know. And the main idea is that to ensure all schools in Malaysia to be high in quality, and that the schools that parents want to go after to enroll their kids. And in some school leaders, 21st century educational leadership competencies should be emphasized at all stages in order to produce a high-end school. So this is my personal finding. Of course, it is through the relevant authorities. I went through the relevant authorities, and this is my humble finding, and I'm sharing it here so that it can be, you know, can be used and, you know, close the gap of the competencies needed by school leaders. So with that, I thank you. If you have any questions pertaining to my research, please do feel free. I'll be here waiting at the backstage. Thank you.
All right, great sharing from Puan Jayanti. We can say that school leaders plays a role to produce a high-end school, right? So now we are going to have a Q&A session with all the speakers for this session. So can we have Mr. J? Are you there? So is there any question from the audience? You can share in the chat box so that I can deliver it to all our speakers. All right, is there any? So we're still waiting from the audience. So, Puan Jayanti, how do you find this how to build leadership among school leaders?
Sorry, again, to build school leadership. Okay, when we say to build school leadership, I think very subjective. Although the relevant
Can you
authorities
hear
are
me?
doing many trainings. Can you hear
Is
me?
there any program?
Yes, although the relevant agencies are doing many programs, we even have NGOs coming in to help out to come up with training programs, and we have many partners that doing special programs for leaders, school leaders especially. Although we have that, what is more important is the urge that comes inside from the leader themselves. You know, when the leader themselves wants to do their best, I think the rest will just put in place. So
All
the
right.
urge from within plays a vital role, I would say.
All right. So it seems like we have a question from the audience.
Yes, please.
Can we have the question now? All right. Here we have Aisha Ahmad. Okay. Apart from research for school leaders, is there any for policymakers?
All right. So policymakers, at the moment, the focus is school leaders. But yes, all this applies to policymakers themselves. It applies to any category leaders. When we say educational leadership, doesn't matter. It can be school, it can be PPD or JPN or Bahagian at the division level. The policymakers, all of them definitely do need these skills so that whatever policy that they are coming up with will be relevant to the current need.
So the skill is applicable to
Yes.
school leaders and also policymakers.
Yes, when we say
Right.
21st century educational leadership, the focus is there. It doesn't matter where you are, but if you are a leader in any organization for education, it definitely applies to you.
All right. So thank you so much, Aisha Ahmad, for the question.
Thank you for the
Okay,
question.
so, is there any other question from the audience? So we have Kamal Jamali. All right. Are Malaysia school leaders had autonomy? What about that?
Thank you. Thank you. Now I think there is, right? Now, initially they had for subjects and autonomy. In the MEB, slowly they are giving the Malaysian Education Blueprint. It says that there are certain aspects now given, school leaders are given autonomy too. For example, I'm not very sure, but there is a specific paragraph on this, which I don't want to claim it might be wrong, but there are slowly giving to it. We are coming to that. We are heading toward giving school leaders autonomy, but definitely it will take time, but we are moving towards it.
All right. So thank you for the questions, Kamal. And then, so do you have any other from the audience? So we have Yuhaida binti Yusuf. The question is, there are many types and style of school leadership. For Jayanti, which type of leadership do you think is suitable for today's world?
All right. So I personally think this is in person, yeah. Personally, I think transformational style of leadership works best at the current situation. Yeah.
All right. So the suitable leadership type is
Yes, that's the style that if I would go for that.
All right. So, can you clarify a bit more about why that type of leadership?
Okay, actually, when I was doing my literature review on this, there is a great change from power with to power over, though, and from servant leader. Now we are moving towards servant leader in the sense those days were very top down. Top down, we instruct and they follow, and things are not the same way anymore. People they want equal respect, they want equal things to be done to them. I think you're trying to get you may get what I'm trying to say. So when there is such a scenario, leaders must turn into servants, says this particular literature. So only then we can meet and do the best for the organization. We cannot be always, command and control all the time. We have to go down.
Okay. So
and
thank
get
you.
things done. From a boss to a leader, we must be a leader now.
All right. So thank you for Yohai Dementiso. Great question. So anything else from the audience? So we have Sarah Channel. My question is, beside of leadership roles, some obstacles may from parents. How to tell the parents this role enhance a student to not only under school leadership? How to tell parents this role enhance student not only under school leadership? So it can be applied outside school, maybe.
Beside the leadership roles, some obstacles may come from the parents. How to tell the parents this role enhance students not only under school. Okay, I think if I'm not mistaken, Miss Sarah is asking how to inform the parents that it's not totally school leaders' role when it comes to develop school kids. Am I right?
I mean, like, it's not only at school, it's involved outside the school.
Yeah, the community plays a vital role, definitely. Yes, all right. I think I got the question. Yes, when we say we are, molding kids, certain roles when it comes to the organization, yes, the school leader plays the role, and the school leader here also plays a role to inform the community that these are the things that you need to be aware of if you want your kid to be doing good. So I'll go back to the school leader to a certain extent. If let's say the school leader has a very good communication skill, a very good PR with the community around, then things can get better. And parents will know. Certain parents, they would, they don't have this want to know attitude. So although we have all those social medias, to get them linked, but all of them are with their very own world. So school leaders via the organization need to create the awareness to parents that, hey, look, this is your role to do this. These are the things you're supposed to do. Work with us to make sure your kid is doing good.
Right.
And parents definitely on the other side they must do their role, their responsibility.
Their role, yeah. All right, so thank you so much, Sarah Channel, for the questions. And so do you have any other questions? All right, so we have from Ain Izati. What's your opinion about servant leadership? Servant leadership.
I think I did mention that I do to a certain extent, although it is difficult to accept, but to a certain extent, yes, we have to move towards that. If let's say we want our team, right? Not our staff, not my officer, not my staff. If our team, we want to work as a team, then yes, rather than just do that, let's do this together, things like that. So rather than always giving command, doing things together, patting at the back. Yeah, things
So
work
not
that
just
way.
giving order, but we need to work in team.
Yes.
All right, so thank you. Thank you, Ain Izati. So uh, that was the last question for this session. Thank you, Puan
Thank you.
Jayanti. Thank you to
Thank
all
you so much,
speakers.
moderator. Yeah.
All right. So we are going to have about a 10 minutes break before we start our next session. So stay tuned with IMAC 2022. Thank you.
Oh yes, the Vivo X80 series 5G is finally here in Malaysia, and there are many things to love about this super cool and unique smartphone. Starting from the whole arrays of the cinematic cameras that is co-engineered with AICE. Now it also has the top-of-the-line processor, the 4nm Snapdragon 8 Gen 1 chipset. Hence, you're looking at the flagship performance. It can also support up to a massive 80 watts of flash charge that can charge your phone from 0 to 50% in just 11 minutes, and up to 50 watts of wireless flash charge and more. Now I just done a full video review on the phone on my YouTube channel, and you can check it through the link below this post. Now with all of these fantastic features on a smartphone like this, I'm sure you would be probably telling yourself, oh man, but I can't afford it. Well, I'm here to tell you that you can. As you can get your hands on the Vivo X80 series with the affordable installment of up to 36 months and some saving against zero-lution on Maxis postpaid plans. Now through the Maxis postpaid one
and she has conducted courses on 21st century pedagogical skills as well as digital skills at national and international level. And today her topic will be on embarking the theoretical journey with pedagogical strategies as the destinations. So we'll be watching the video regarding her presentation.
Greetings from Malaysia. Yeah, I'm Ujun Ming Institute from the Institute of Teacher Education Malaysia, International Languages Campus, Kuala Lumpur. I'll be talking about 21st century education, embarking on the theoretical journey with pedagogical strategies as the destination. Now, 21st century education is a trend actually. Wherever we go, we say about 21st century education. So why is it so important actually? So now, you must understand there is a gap. Yeah, there is a gap between what the students in school learn and also when they go to university, colleges, and also when they graduate from the university with their degree. So there is a huge gap actually. Yes. Yeah, teachers are very hardworking. Yes, they have been teaching their students. They are giving them a lot of inputs, but are they relevant? Okay, to equip the students when they start working. So now, so in the 21st century skills, there are many skills actually that we need to look into. Yeah, there are so many skills. These are only some of them. Okay, now we have like emotional intelligence, we have global citizenship, we have like cultural awareness skills, we have financial skills. So now all these are important because we want these students to be, to be smart not only academically but being able to face the changes, the challenges in life. Now let's look at these two photos. I think they look very familiar, right? Okay, very familiar. Okay, because each and every one of us is doing that. Yes, so you can see. So the difference between the generation, your grandmother's generation or your father's generation, and the younger generation. So those who are very young, 5 years old, 6 years old, they have been holding handphones, smartphones. Now, since everything has changed, there are many things which have changed, so our teaching should also change. How we teach should also change. So as teachers, for example, you should maybe come out with a flipped classroom. So what is this flipped classroom? So flipped classroom is whereby teacher records her teaching, and share with her students. So the students will view the recording, and then they answer questions, or they can also read notes given by the teachers. So based on that, so when they go to school, when they are in the classroom, there won't be like teacher input anymore. So it will be more like an interactive session where you have Q&A, and then you have like hands-on activities. you have projects going on, and also discussion. Now, this makes your class very lively. It will be very interactive, and students learn a lot actually. Yeah, so they don't feel bored sitting in the classroom, only listening to what the teacher has to say. Okay, and the second one, we have the project-based learning. So this project-based learning is whereby students, they think of ideas, they come up with a project. So the project can focus on so many aspects. So on how to help the environment, how to improve the environment, how to help the less fortunate. Yeah. And why is this important? Because this project-based learning require them to think out of the box and require them to interact with their peers, require them to showcase their work to the professionals, so that these people will guide them. Yeah. These people will also reach out, like, you know, they might be doing a corporate social responsibility, CSR, for the public. Okay, for those who are less fortunate. Okay, let's look at this. Now, this is a makeshift raft in Indonesia. So students who look at this, you can ask them ideas. Okay, come up with a project where how could they help these students. Now, it doesn't mean that your students will go and build the bridge or whatever, but they will talk to the maybe member of the parliament, the government. Okay, they will talk to people, professionals who could help them. So you can see there is a lot of collaboration going on, and all these will help to motivate the students. Now let's look at this. This happened in Malaysia just recently. So the bridge was washed away, yeah? And these students have to sit in a bucket, yeah, transported by, it's like zip lining, so to go to the other side of the river. So ask your students, come up with a project. How could they, how could these students be helped? So now, so this project is important. Why? Because when conducting their project, have to think out of the box. They have to read, they have to discuss with their peers, their group members. Now, if anything that they do not understand, they could also discuss with their family members. Okay, so they could also read, they could also search from the internet. So from there, they are, you know, learning on their own. So this is like self-access learning. Learning on their own can retain their memory longer. And this is also very good where it's effective, yeah, effective, where they learn how to work together. It's a teamwork. It's a teamwork. Okay, how to solve problems, and also, yeah, it will improve their attitude and instill in them positive values, interpersonal skills, intrapersonal skills. So it will change them, okay, to be someone who is more positive, who is more confident. This is what we want in the 21st century. Yeah, it's no more working in silo, no more, you know, like no interaction, no socializing. That is not in 21st century. Okay, now, so now remember, 21st century requires students who are, you know, who are they are resilient. So we should change them, make them resilient, okay, so that they could face the challenges in life. And remember, the growth of a nation is very important. You are developed or underdeveloped, it depends a lot on the people, on the citizens of the country. So so the hope of a country is on the coming generations. So we as teachers, okay, we as parents, we as residents, we as citizens, we should help the people, those around us. Teach all this, yeah. It can be, you know, not directly, maybe in a way that, you know, you do it in a very subtle manner, yeah. Instill in them all the values so that they could help to develop the country, help to develop the world. Yes, so that is our role. That is very, very important. Okay, so yeah, that's all from me. Okay, thank you very much for your attention. Okay, bye.
Thank you, Ms. Doreen. So it was a really great presentation by Ms. Doreen, especially the infos that she has provided on how educators, especially they can actually use project-based learning in actually planning and executing their learning sessions in alignment with 21st century learning. So without further ado, we'll move on to the next speaker for today. Let me introduce her to you all. We'll proceed with Faith Wong Wei Ling. She is a school improvement coach and she's actually from Pejabat Pendidikan Daerah Kuching, which is district office, education district office from Kuching, Sarawak, Malaysia, and she's actively involved with international NGOs. And today she'll be presenting on social and pedagogical issues related to technological applications among knowledge workers. So,
hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Faith, and I'm from Malaysia. And I'm a school improvement coach with Kuching District Education Office. So today I'm going to talk about the conceptual paper. This particular paper synthesizes and formulates a twofold strategy in the design of a better learning environment, addressing the related social and pedagogical issues. So my discussion today will be presented in 3 segments. Firstly, the emerging social and pedagogical issues in technology integration, and discuss with Intro 4.0 and Edu 4.0. So in the second segment, I offer a formulated strategy, a discussion that addresses the learning ecosystem and its delivery platform in making this technology integration in education a success. And last but not least, the concluding segment will cover our next course of action. And this paper has this particular objective in mind, which is to analyze the social and pedagogical issues related to technological applications, especially in the design of a better learning environment. And the design that we are talking about here is one that enables the learners with the right set of resources to achieve intended learning outcomes. For a start, I would really like to stress that the integration of technology in education is never really about the technology, but the pedagogy. Although some have believed and even predicted the total removal of human instructors in the near future, it is just simply not feasible. Now, the reason being that instructor is placed in the equation of learning simply because they are the one who think, design, and later on formulate a conducive learning environment with the support of technology. So this can be explained by Carrington's pedagogical wheel, where it stresses the importance of pedagogy as a way of thinking that meshes together every other things. Okay, so this guiding principle is in line with the trend in Edu 4.0, where we could confidently agree that knowledge is accessible anytime, anywhere, by anyone nowadays. So due to this ubiquitous nature of technology, so Edu 4.0 actually proposes a very different model of learning nowadays. However, even with this ubiquitous nature of technology, it does not guarantee learning, where previous literature had quoted the impact of technology integration seems to be minimal on education, or that learning online or online learning is merely an emergency response, like such as a response to the global scale lockdown due to the novel pandemic. So this is very true when educators and instructors are constantly reporting that they are just grappling to substitute conventional practices into digital form, because that was the only way they bridged them during the lockdown period. But then this kind of technology integration is a representational of the lowest tier of technology integration according to the SAMR model. Therefore, we could also see that in the previous studies, it quoted numerous issues in relation to technology integration in education, especially in terms of social and pedagogical aspects. So from the social aspect, I would like to discuss three main key points this morning. That is in relation to in relation to the relationship between stakeholders being the ultimate concern, right? So stakeholders in this context will refer to the instructors or the educators and the learners. Of course, there will be other relevant parties involved, but then I believe that instructors and learners are the core that holds an instruction together. And as education is fluid and developmental, so the creation of knowledge is altered from detected experts to collaborative individuals over time. For example, learning autonomy nowadays has ultimately moved into the learner's hands, so making the learning more self-directed rather than instructed. And this kind of change requires sufficient time for adaptation. So in general, it is reported that sufficient time and training are needed to improve on instructors or learners' readiness. But then again, is readiness truly the answer? We can all agree that technology moves very quickly. So training and time for the use of application is a quest that would become a mission impossible unless training and time refers to equipping instructors and learners with skills they can manage for self-learning. So perhaps a better perspective here is the mindful decision instructors and learners make in the integration of technology in education, which will lead us to attitudinal studies. So attitudinal studies seems to offer a better explanation of how integration of technology in education can be improved. So on top of that, we also should look into some of those missing skills that are diminishing in the face of technology. For example, library researching skills. And identify social issues are made even more complicated when technology becomes an inevitable component in instructions. Now, instructors not only have to deal with the change in their roles and how learners would approach learning, but they must also work on designing suitable instructions based on whatever pedagogical knowledge they have acquired. Now, instructors are generally equipped with teaching philosophy, classic learning theories, instructional techniques and strategies and all, but the challenge now lies in putting all this together for an instruction that is still relevant despite the change in trend of how one learns over time. So as a result, they must move on to a higher tier of technology integration where it is beyond the taxonomy of application. So in the SAMR model, it is the transformational tier that we are talking about, where instructors are innovative thinkers. So when I say innovative thinkers, we are not referring to instructors who have to start from scratch or reinvent the wheel, but innovation here refers to new methods, new ideas, new products by combining various existing resources. But then the challenge continues on, especially when we talk about how instructors and learners are born into different web generations. So it doesn't necessarily mean that any of them have issues in adapting to emerging web generation. The only concern is that the perception of the instructions that is formed by the preceding or the following web generation. So it is very clear that there is a gap between the instructor's expectation and the portrayal of the learner's profile, right? So in line with the issues raised in the above in the previous section, so the agenda of technology integration in education has to be discussed alongside the trend of Web 4.0 and Edu 4.0. So for the metrics, I propose this matrix that we can see that the Web 4.0 and Edu 4.0 actually contributes to the formation of a learning environment. So the main social and pedagogical concern here would be the accessibility to technology. So theoretically speaking, learning environment can be created through careful instructional planning. However, there are times where learning environments that couldn't even happen, even through careful instructional planning, especially when technology integration itself is the learning environment itself. For example, e-learning that functions on content management system. So we can see that once the connection is off, then the instructional equation breaks down because the instructors and learners are disconnected. And another example of accessibility would be the instructors or learners with special needs. So we know that this Web 4.0 has propagated the notion of open access and lifelong learning. So technology integration will have to transform the role of the instructor and the learners. So for example, instructor will have to be tech savvy in managing and constructing learning opportunities that are more self-directed. So they have to be equipped with good decision-making skills and information processing skills. These skills will help them to assist their learners, right? So therefore, it is proposed that the first solution is the learning ecosystem, where we have to look at the learning ecosystem. I believe that different curriculum frameworks will present different learning ecosystem, but at its bare, it will consist of an instructor, learners, and resources. The African proverb says that it takes a village to raise a child. So I have this idea, right, of this learning ecosystem where every relevant stakeholders come together for the benefit of the learners. And we can see from the proposed framework that the learners are the core of the learning ecosystem, and with the outer layers of support. And of course, the closest support would be the social supports and the learning environment, and finally the policy or policymakers or whoever that are relevant. The outerst layer, the policy and others, it draws the boundaries of the learning ecosystem. And the proposed learning ecosystem will not function if there is no suitable delivery platform. So it is also proposed that the prior members of the proposed learning ecosystem to have to coexist in the medium of a particular web generation. So in Web 4.0 and Edu 4.0, instructors will have to reduce their roles to only be designers of instructions. The main objective is not to teach, but to provide a set of carefully designed instructions to help us to learn. And so the success of action in education depends on the defining members of the learning ecosystem. There must be a balance between the instructors, learners, and the technologies. And then only maybe we can redefine the ideology of human learning. So with that, I end my sharing. Thank you very much.
Oh, that's a very fruitful sharing from you, Miss Faith. So I love the way that you said, how, everyone plays the role in actually integrating technology in education, right? So everyone
Definitely.
has their own roles to play, actually.
Yes.
Not only the instructors, even the learners and even the stakeholders. So
Correct.
Thank you very much for your sharing.
Thank you.
So let's move on to the next speaker for the day. So now, without further ado, I would like to invite Miss Sugandha Kandenwal. She is the head of communication, events, and international partnerships of ALPRO International School, Pune, India. And today she'll be presenting on Pathway to Global Education. So, Miss Sugandha, are you here? Okay, it seems like Miss Sugandha is not here yet. She has some technical issues. So we'll be continuing our session with our next presenter, Miss Rezan Gizir. She'll be presenting on behalf of Miss Ferda Dennis Oskok. And she's currently working, she'll be presenting for Miss Oskok, who is actually currently working at the public secondary school.
Hello. I'm sorry.
Okay, yes. Are you
I'm
in?
Rezan.
Miss Rezan, are you in?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so today you will be presenting on exchange program in Europe. Is it right?
Exactly.
Okay. Okay, so Miss Rizan, can you please switch on your camera so that we could see you?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you clearly.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Shall I start?
Yeah, you can start.
Okay. I would like to share my screen. Now, can you see? Can you see my screen? Hello.
Yes, presentation.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we could see your screen right now, Miss Rizan. You
Okay.
can continue with your presentation.
Thank you very much. First, I would like to introduce myself to you. I'm from National Directorate of Education in Adana, and I am actually an English teacher, but currently I have been coordinating European projects for my schools in my district. And my district is a place in Turkey, which is in the south of Turkey, which is called Adana. And I have been doing Erasmus projects since 2014. And I would like to introduce about what is Erasmus Plus. Now, it's a program founded by the European Commission in 1987. And its main aim is, or has three aims. The first one is exchange programs. The second one is supporting education, training, youth, and sport in Europe. It has a very huge budget, which is about 26.2 billion euros. And because of that period, which is called, which starts from 2014 and which will go up to 2020, this was the estimated budget. But now we have started a new 7-year program, which is doubled this budget. And who can take part in Erasmus Plus projects? Actually, all the educational authorities, all the private educational authorities can join Erasmus Plus programs. As you can see on the screen, we have higher education, which is universities. We have vocational education and training institutions, all the school education programs, adult education, youth, and sport. And you can find more information in our Erasmus Plus program guide as well. Now, what does this current program, which I mentioned that it was a 7-year program, which started in 2021 and goes until 2027, it focuses on basically 4 important issues. The first important issue is social inclusion. The second one is environment, which is called the green environment, and digital transitions, the third one. And the last is promotion of the participation of young people, which is for working for democracy and democratic life. And as I think you must have known Deniz, my friend, as a teacher. She has been taking several parts. She has been taking part in several Erasmus Plus projects in the last 12 years. And her school has participated in such topics, which I want to mention. The first one was about inclusion of students with disadvantages. The second one was coding and robotics. The third one was kids' rights. And the fourth one was refugee and immigrant students in education, diversity, and cultural heritage. Now, as you can realize, the projects are totally about supporting education and supporting disadvantaged people and subjects. So the school's projects basically had 6 partner schools from 6 different countries. Usually these Erasmus Plus projects for schools can have not more than 7 schools. But 6 is the perfect number, and 6 different countries come together and they choose a certain period of time. This project was about 2 years. It can be 3 years as well, 2.5 years as well. And now I will show you some photos about these projects that you may have some idea about these projects. This is about inclusion and diversity, and you can see the partner countries, and its name was Back to School Life and All in One Hand. Now I will show you some photos about the students. They were in Spain in this photo. This was a mobility in Turkey. And you see the students and the teachers sharing some programs and some very nice activities together. This was a workshop. This is a school visit with students with disabilities. The students take part in lots of games and activities and workshops. And this is one of them in Italy. Getting to know activities. As you can see from the photos and from my sharings, you can realize that Erasmus Plus projects real aim is just to get to know each other, to share experiences, and to arouse awareness between human beings. All in One is a project which says that we are all one. We are not, despite our differences in language, differences in ideas, we are all together. And at the last of projects, we usually come together to make a seminar, to give a seminar, that what we have learned from these projects. This is another project, as you see. And the good point in Erasmus Plus projects is once you start doing projects, you get to know the country, you start creating another project which becomes, which lasts forever. So once you start, don't be afraid to get to how to know how to start. You will help each other because it's a partnership. And it goes on so smoothly, and the projects help us to realize that we are all one. That is the total aim. You see, there are many, many activities in many, many different countries. And as you can see, the age is not important. As long as you are a student, you can take part in these Erasmus Plus projects. This is a photo from a festival, film festival. And these are the teachers. There are training sessions. And as you realize from the photos that the school turns out to be an art center, which is very, very nice for the students. You see the corridors of the school. This is a photo from Portugal. They are doing their traditional dance. So many activities. Let's look from another perspective, from students' perspective. Believe me, they feel themselves so valuable, so important. They gain self-confidence, and they have creativity, compassion, confidence for themselves. they are more active, they are more, they feel active, and they express themselves better day by day. They improve their language, and they improve their ICT skills. They have a bond which becomes stronger year by year, and they know what they can do. They appreciate themselves. They appreciate every kind of culture, which is makes a very good basement for their future. As I watched previously, the presenter, she mentioned about some skills. You see, the Erasmus Plus projects helps all the students gain these skills. Let's look from a teacher's perspective. And teachers develop their professionalism, and they have a chance to observe the teaching and learning activities, and they become aware of the new teaching methods. They share experiences with other teachers around the world. They become more aware of how projects are running, and they have a chance to work collaboratively with different cultures. Now we have a photo in the park for the project catalog. And the students make posters, the students create catalogs, the students make leaflets, pieces of art. You see? They know what a workshop is, what a seminar is. They enjoy themselves. This is a garden party. And all teachers and students are every time together sharing. They have parties. This is another project which is about digital education, about robotics, as you see. You know, the main point is not, I don't know robotics, or robotics is something very, very unusual for me. Just working on main basic topics about robotics. That's enough for us. We don't have special aims just to prove something, to make a thesis, antithesis. No, it's just getting to know something about robotics, sharing the activities, and that's all. You don't have to be a professional on that project. Project is a way, is a vehicle just to share, to get to know, and that's it. And Erasmus Plus program is, you know, not just about Europe or Europeans. It's for people from all over the world. I am very glad to get to know this program, the symposium, and I wish we could have chance in the future to have a project with Malaysia, with other countries, other non-European countries, because I believe that we are all one. And if you want to know more information about this European program, you can find a lot of information in Erasmus Plus, the EU Commission page, and EU programs. There's loads of information, but the most important thing is, you know, to just build up a project idea and to turn this idea, to share this idea with a partner and work together. As long as we work together, we create everything. We can do everything. Let's talk about age limit. I can say that Erasmus has no age limit. What makes the program even more special is that it offers opportunities for every kind of people, regardless of their age. And this is very important. This means that not only young people, but also their parents can benefit from the program, which is very nice. All the people, included in education, can take part. And let's talk about the participating countries. As you see, the program basically starts with European countries, but there are 11 countries basically, but there are other countries, other participant countries, which are like Turkey, and there is a list of these countries as well. You can find in the Erasmus program guide. Sorry, am I gone so far?
Excuse me, Miss Rezan, I'm so sorry.
Okay.
But
Okay.
it was a really fruitful information from you. So
Thank
yeah,
you
it
very
was a
much.
great presentation, especially when you have explained about the programs that you have done, right? It is so nice to hear it, and I think we actually use it as an example in Malaysia too. And actually,
so.
We love the way how your students have actually actively involved in the programs that they have done. So it was a great sharing. Thank you so much, Ms. Rezan.
I thank you I'm so happy to join. Have a wonderful day. Bye bye from Turkey.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
So now let's move on to our next presenter. Now I would like to invite Ms. Sugandha Khandelwal, the Head of Communication, Events and International Partnerships from ALPRO International School, Pune, India, and she'll be presenting on Pathway to a Global Education. So let's welcome Ms. Sugandha in. Yeah.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. I can just open my slide now. Yes, okay. So, namaste, everybody from India. And I'd just like to say that I've been hearing the presenters before me, and it has been a very, very insightful colloquium. So, thank you for inviting me to this show. And a lot of learning happening here, a lot of intercultural learning happening here, a lot of learning about the best practices. So, I'm going to be sharing something that we do at ALPRO that we take pride in, which is, just incorporating global education and internationalism in our school. To begin with, I'll just be touching base on what is global education, what is our understanding about global education, why is global education important, and how do we promote it in our schools. So, as per the definition, global education is the understanding of cultures, the just understanding the differences, the similarities, the different kind of dialects, food habits, culture, dance, music, all of that, just the beauty that this world has with respect to different cultures is what global education is all about. And it is not restricted to what you are taught in a classroom, in a textbook, but it is about how you move out world and absorb different kind of cultures that help you to become more holistically developed as a human being. And I think that is what summarizes what global education is all about. As a school, we really feel that global education and internationalism is very, very important because it just encourages students to be very, very open minded, to be mutually accepting and respectful, to be creative thinkers, to understand the real world challenges. Because when you give them an exposure to global education and when you talk to them about the different kind of challenges that nations are facing worldwide, something that a country like India faces and something like a country like a US would face is different. So it just makes them more informed about real world challenges. And when they come together, it also encourages them to find real life world, problem solutions. And since students, who are in school right now are the future generations to come, it is very, very important that we sensitize them at this age to absorb the different cultures and, more importantly, be respectful and tolerant towards everybody. So again, global education plays a big role over there. It just helps them to be innovative, it helps them in their thought process, and just basically having a mutual dialogue with each other. That's my school, ALCoB International at Pune. I just thought I'll share a sneak peek of what the school is. As a school, like I said, while we are affiliated with international boards like Cambridge Assessment, International Education, and IBDP, which is the International Baccalaureate Diploma Program, along with the National Board, which is Central Board of Secondary Education in India, we are also looking at different ways of internationalism. So if you would see on this slide, we are a AFS member school. We have also partnered with British Council International Dimension in Schools, under which we take up a lot of projects internationally with different countries. that are, that could be as basic as understanding different food habits, or it could be as big as a Model United Nations conference. So these are some of the small things that we do in school. We are a Microsoft school, so again, all the best practices of technology that are incorporated worldwide, we as a school ensure that our students are given a hands-on experience of that. We are an official TEDx licensed owner. Now, these are all things that give an international exposure and stage to the students to be actually understanding of what it means, when it comes to international education. So, as a part of TEDx, our students go up on the TEDx platform and share stories and ideas. And it gives me a lot of happiness to say that almost 20 students of our school have our official TEDx speakers and have done brilliantly well. Maybe sometime, you could just go and check on the TEDx website about ALCoB International School. It is endearing to see that students right from the age group of 8 years, 9 years to 16, 17 years have gone up on this platform, and now they are available on the official TED platform. The videos are available on the official TED platform. So again, it's a very, very big step for incorporating internationalism. Just for others here, it is extremely encouraging, I think, for everybody to look at TEDx videos, to maybe, initiate a TEDx community program or a school program. It just brings in people from different, aspects and dimensions of life who add in so much of perspective to our day-to-day beliefs, and it just helps us to expand our horizon. So that is one of the things that talk about internationalism at ALCoB. We are also a member school for Kids for Peace. Again, it is such a beautiful and humble program. It is spread over 121 countries all across the globe, with a very, very basic mission of driving peace and global harmony. And again, as a member school, we take up small projects like, just having a simple thing like a dove making, or writing slogans in peace, or writing letters to different students in different parts of the world. Again, just bringing in the more empathetic and more compassionate side of global education to our students. So with this, I'd just like to say that the point is that it is not only about studying science, maths, social studies, geography. It's just not about that. It is about the basic humanitarian skills that we at ALCoB want to promote with internationalism. Moving ahead, some of our partner schools, Wapping High School and Mount Kelly in London, and SK Section 13 in Malaysia, we've done some amazing projects which I would like to talk about in my subsequent slides. Moving to what COVID-19 taught us. Now, of course, the pandemic, the world has suffered in this pandemic. There was loss of life, there was unemployment, we've seen really hard times, right, with this pandemic. But what I believe it taught us was that geographical boundaries are just there, right, on maps, because we used and we understand how to leverage technology to our favor. And because of that situation where we were all brought in, that, okay, nothing, you're not moving out of your homes, schools were shut down, traveling became difficult, and it became impossible for the initial bits. And everything was, just contained into those four walls. That's when we stepped up and we leveraged technology to actually explore the possibilities of bringing and connecting with different people in different parts of the world. Under that, one of the most important and the most dearest project to my heart is Pangea. Pangea, I'm sure most of the people and presenters here would know that signifies a unified mass. So before the world broke into continents, it was a unified mass and it was called Pangea. So our idea with Pangea was to bring in people together to share their thoughts, share their practices, share their beliefs, and just share their expressions on one platform. The entire idea was to bring students in different parts of the world. So if you can see in my slide, we had over 10 schools, including mine, of course, who participated in Pangea. Different schools like, from different countries, from the Middle East to Asia to Europe. All of these schools came together with their students, and we participated in such amazingly humble and basic activities. If I can just share, activities where students just taught each other to sing in their local language, to a panel discussion where we spoke about how technology and AI have, artificial intelligence have revolutionized the global education world, to speaking with teachers about how they feel that technology came in, and how difficult and how easy it was for them to adapt to this entire method of teaching. So it wasn't, of course, an overnight affair that happened. It took us a lot of time to speak to different schools in different parts of the world, and share with them the vision that we had with this, share with them the idea that we had with this, and how it was important for us to bring in students. The most challenging, and it's a small trivia that I'd like to give everybody here, the most challenging thing in a project like Pangea is matching different time zones. So we had a school from Spain, from Brazil, from Chile, from to Middle East, to India, and right to Malaysia. So while the students of Brazil were joining in at 6:30 in the morning, and UK was somewhere at 11:30, and Middle East somewhere at 3:30 p.m. in the day, and India at 5:30, and Malaysia at 8:30 p.m. So, but a huge shout out to all the educators of these schools who took initiative and who encouraged their students to, even when it was not in the regular hours of what a typical day is, they kind of participated so beautifully in this project, which actually led to the culmination and the success. Just another insight, that there were 10 participating countries, 10 schools, and over 98 students who participated in this 2-day conference, which was held virtually over Zoom. These are just some snapshots of the conference. If you see here, this is the Honorable Patricia Scotland, who is the Secretary General of the Commonwealth, and she took out time to address us over a video message. And it gives me a lot of happiness and pride to say that she was extremely appreciative of ALCo International School and their partner schools to be thinking of a project like Pangea, wherein we are actually discussing real life problems, and the students are thinking of solutions to help those problems to be solved. We also had a collaborative project with the SK Section 13 Selangor, Malaysia, Madam Ong, who is much instrumental in today's show, with her school. And what an absolute pleasure that was to see students of grade 5 present on the theory of tribes. That was the topic of our project. And like I mentioned, that it is not about what you have to just teach them over textbooks, but even things like what are the different kind of tribes that are native to different countries. So we spoke about 4 tribes of the world, the Indian tribe, the Malaysian, the African, and the Arctic. And the students were so enthusiastic about this entire project. They made headgears, they made flutes, they made, they danced over a virtual medium. And I would encourage and request everybody to just go and see the YouTube channel of ALCo International School to see how wonderful these children are. And no matter, we met for around 5-6 times during the practice sessions of these conferences, and the children were so eager to know more about each other, and they participated so beautifully. Madam Ong and I were discussing, that no matter in which part of the world you are, the basic essence of childhood always remains the same. And which is why it is important to bring in global education at this age, because here they are with no prejudices, no biases, no preconceived notions about different nationalities, and hence it's important for schools to incorporate global education beautifully into their curriculum. We did a literary fest with with our partner school in UK, which is Wobbing High, and some of the projects that we did were creative writing, balloon debate, book quiz, and character sketch. Now, just to give you an insight about these activities, creative writing, where they were asked to write a short story on a couple of prompts. So we gave them around 7 to 10 prompts, and the students had to write prose about the entire thing. And balloon debate is again a very, very fun activity where children were asked to talk about their favorite book and why it should be read by everybody, and why that book should not be thrown off the balloon. So that's the concept. It's a hot air balloon where children are together and they can just keep some books with them. So the children actually had to talk about their favorite books. The entire idea of Literary Fest is to ensure that the skills like reading, writing, listening are beautifully taken into account, and children, again with two different nationalities, come together, discuss on the different kind of books, because books are a wonderful medium to just engage and have a dialogue with each other for. Book quiz was one of the most amazing activities, and most of the students answered questions on their favorites like Harry Potter's and Roald Dahl's and Geronimo Stilton. So that was again a great activity. And character sketch, where they were defined to give life to a character through their writing. These are some screenshots of the activity. So if you see, book flicks, if you see here, this was like a book quiz that we had done, and the students were really, really participative, and we had a lot of fun in just interacting with each other. Another project that we did last year, so all these projects that I'm talking about have happened, in the previous year, that is 21-22. And we did a project which is called No Disaster, which essentially means that if you are well informed about these natural disasters like tsunamis and cyclones, then when we take the remedial steps and we can actually prevent them from happening and cause minimal damage to, of course, we can't stop nature from showing us its wrath, but we can be better prepared. And that project was culminated with the school in Indonesia, SD Muhammadiyah Sapen. Again, the students participated and spoke about different kind of issues that happen during these natural disasters and what kind of measures the governments take. Now, the best part about these projects, if you ask me, is the research that goes behind it. So it is not just about coming together, having fun, sharing some dialogues and information. The pre-work for all of this, not the final presentation, but the pre-work before the presentation is what is extremely important, because students here are taught to research on a topic. And researching is one of the most important life skills that we need to imbibe in our students, not just during their school life, but even otherwise. I think we are all lifelong learners here, and researching on a particular topic is something that we should be talking to our students about, because we need to teach them to just pick up information off the internet, because we all know that internet has great amount of information, but not all information is correct. So that's where the skills of research play a good role, understanding what are the kind of websites that you all should look at, how you should ensure that you all are, validating the information, what different kind of encyclopedias are available that give you the right kind of statistics. So, this entire journey has been extremely enriching for our students, and I feel that the entire international education, colloquium is only brought into reality with the vision that our students need to take back a lot from there. So while the school encourages it, ultimately it is the students who drive it in a school, and that is why I would always like to commend my students and the students of our partner schools for taking it up so beautifully. Like I mentioned earlier, we are a TEDx licensed school, and these are some of the opportunities that we give to our students in the school, where they just come up and speak on basic things about how it is important to incorporate different kind of ideas and be respectful to those ideas. So, which is why it is extremely important that we promote these kind of international learning in our schools, and that is what we encourage. To summarize, I'd just like to say that internationalism and global education are not parallel to mainstream education. It is a part of it. So we have to understand that it is not something that we take up separately, or we take up as a project, or we take up, once in a while. It just has to become a part of the mainstream education. It has to become more integrated into the mainstream education, and we can only do that when we open doors to different schools in different parts of the world and invite them to participate with our students, to interact with our students. And now that travel has opened again, Madam Ong and I were also discussing, and I was also discussing with my another partner school, that now we should look at actually visiting, our partner schools in different parts of the world. Because if you ask me, I strongly believe that travel is the most wonderful teacher. It teaches you such amazing things about your own self and about the different parts of the world, along with our fellow human beings in different countries. So yes, global education is the way ahead and is the way to go and move forward. And we as schools together, we should be participative and make this a reality. Thank you so much for being such patient audiences and letting me share what ALPRO does to talk about global education. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ganda. It was a really great sharing, especially when you shared how you guys are networking with the other schools and other organizations. It's really, really, really like opening mind opening to most of the people and most of the schools around, who are listening right now. So thank you so much for your sharing. So yeah, see you if we have like chance.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, everybody, and namaste.
So now we move on to our next speaker, which is Muhammad Fazri bin Hassan. So he's a special need teacher from SK GAS Sandakan, Sabah, Malaysia. He's involved in many conferences and has received many awards. And he'll be presenting on empowering inclusive education in SK GAS Sandakan through co-curricular activities. So let's watch his video.
Assalamualaikum. Hello everyone. My name is Muhammad Fazri bin Hassan. I'm a primary special education teacher from SK GAS Sandakan, Sabah. Today I'll be presenting on empowering inclusive education in SK GAS through co-curricular activities. So before we delve into my sharing today, there is a keyword that I would like to further clarify so that it will make ease of understanding on my presentation. The main keyword for my sharing today is Inclusive Education Program, or also known as IEP. According to the Education Regulation, in bracket Special Education 2013, in Malaysia, the Inclusive Education Program is an education program for students with special needs who are educated in a regular class at government schools or non-government schools. So according to the IEP guideline book issued by MOE in 2013, the goal of IEP is to increase the participation and opportunities for students with special education needs to attend teaching and learning programs with students in the mainstream. IEP also prompts the public not to deny the potentials of students with special education needs and accept that their inability can be minimized if given the same opportunity. There are two types of inclusive education available in Malaysia, which are full inclusion and partial inclusion. So in full inclusion, students with special needs are placed in the mainstream classrooms, full-time with their typical peers from all the academic subjects. Meanwhile, for partial inclusion, students with special needs are included for certain academic subjects or co-curricular activities based on their abilities, talents, and potentials. So for our Integrated Special Education Program, PPK AICE Sandakan, we have been aggressively promoting IEP since 2018 step by step. Among the actions taken were handling workshops with mainstream teachers, building inclusive friends from typical students, and also creating gallery work to share information, and lots of PLCs. So we have identified 3 points that have helped us to empower our IEP, which are firstly, sources and opportunities. One of our strategies to empower our inclusive program is by using our social media in promoting activities we do. We also use social media, especially Telegram and Facebook, resources and opportunities. One of our strategies to empower our inclusive program is by using our social media in promoting activities we do. We also use social media, especially Telegram and Facebook, to find activities in various levels for our students to take part. Secondly, the willingness to learn and take part among mainstream teachers in my school has become our backbone in making sure our inclusive program runs smoothly. Last but not least, our team are very dedicated to live up the vision and our goals, which consist of the school admins, special education teachers, and mainstream teachers, and also the parents. Nonetheless, we are also facing big challenges in empowering our inclusive program. Among the challenges are lack of inclusive environment for us to facilitate more activities. Next, stereotyping on the abilities of special education needs students to involve in activities or program. And lastly, misinterpretation on the inclusive concept that is merely a responsibility of special education teachers. So among the activities we took part last year in international level, first the International of Mathematics Genius Open Competition, where we managed to send 10 of our students for the online quiz. And we also managed to send 3 of our students to International Online Art Visual Workshop. In national level, we managed to send 9 of our students for National New Norm Coloring Competitions. We also managed to send 9 of our students to take part in National Art Exhibition last year. One of our students managed to earn National Certificate for Mental Health Online Quiz. And in recent event, our student and her inclusive friend has won a National Champion title for COVID-19 Digital Poster Competition. Next, for state level participation, 11 of our students managed to take part in Sabah State Online Talent Quiz, and we also managed to send 5 of our students to state cross-country competition. In school level, 7 of our students were part of the school mural project last year, and not forget to mention, we are actively take part in our school scout activities where mainstream students and special education needs students combine together to do activities every Wednesday. Well, here comes the end. That's it from me. Thank you everyone for listening.
Wow, that was a great presentation from Muhammad Fazri bin Hazan. So, a gentle reminder to all our audience and participants, the teachers especially, your link for the attendance will be open soon, but please wait for the link to be posted in the chat. Okay, so now we'll be continuing with the Q&A session. So if you have any questions, you could actually put in your question in the chat box. Okay, here's a question from Shamsila binti Sulaiman. She's asking about, sudah lama dengar tentang PBL ini, tetapi pelaksanaannya di sekolah terutama untuk SK sangat kurang dipraktiskan. Kekurangan apakah ini? So this question was actually directed to Miss Doreen.
Okay. Yeah, I'm here. Okay. Yeah, very good afternoon. Yes, I know schools. Yeah, banyak sekolah. Yeah, can I speak in English? Or do you prefer
I think English. Yeah.
In English, huh? Yeah. In Malaysia, yeah, I think one of the problems is that maybe the teachers are not exposed to it yet. Most of the teachers do not know what is PBL, project-based learning. And to them, like just coming out with something as simple as like, they have a science project, just a simple one. They think that it is a project. Yeah, that is a mini version, I say. Okay, but it is not the correct version of PBL. Actually, when we are talking about PBL, sorry, I think there is an echo there, is it? Yeah. Is there an echo behind? No. Is it clear? Clear. Okay, sorry. Yeah. So, you see, so actually when you are talking about PBL, we need a lot of support from the admin, from the management level. Okay. So what is important is because this is a long process. This is a long process where it is not an one-off program. So teachers, they have to guide the students on how to come up with the program. What is the issue actually? Sorry, for example, you must have an issue, a real life issue. So based on that, then they will work on it and they have to discuss. There will be collaboration and also they have to come up with the program, whatever the project, and they have to present it to the society now, or the stakeholders. So this will help them because stakeholders can come from the parents or the professionals. So they will give their ideas. So from there, they proceed with the programs. So, but how many of us involve these people, the professionals and then the stakeholders? We don't want to involve them, but we hope that the society will be more open-minded and they are willing to contribute. And yeah, I know it is a long process whereby you have to prepare proposal. Yes, it is a long process because whatever program that we are doing, we have to go through the proposal, we have to present and to get approval from the management. Okay, so like for one, so you can have a simple one. I'm not asking you to come up with something very complex, a simple one. For example, now one issue is like if you are staying nearby, like in a village school, remote school, so those who are very poor, there are some who are poor, they cannot afford to buy, vegetables and all this. You can come up with a plot of land, a farm, so you plant. Okay, that could be one of the issues, because they cannot afford to buy vegetables and all this. So from there, they could present, the stakeholders could contribute ideas on how to make sure the vegetables that the farm is well taken care of. So what type of fertilizer to use? So this comes from the farmers. So these people could help. So what is the most important is, I think, and the commitment from the teachers. So teachers, we have to be committed in this PBL. It's not that I'm saying you're not committed. You are committed in certain ways, teaching and all this, yeah? So, but maybe PBL is another aspect that we should not forget. Okay, that's all from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Doreen. Okay, so we have another question from Mahanim Abdulmanap. So he has asked, are you participants, people that you have sent to compete are coming from special need people, sir? I think this question are directed to Muhammad Fazri.
Yeah, thank you, Miss Mahanim, for the questions. Yes, all the events, all the competition and everything was coming from my special education student.
Okay, thank you. So we have another question here. Kumudini Sundrapan has asked, how do these schools manage to get funding to support all their projects? I think this most probably will be directed to all the international schools, right? So we'll direct this question to Miss Suganda. Okay, seems like there's a technical issue. Miss Ganda can't join us right now. Okay, maybe we can proceed to the next question. So a question from Durashan. How many kids in the classroom? I think this is also directed to Miss Ganda or also Miss Rezan. And so sorry, Miss Suganda, I think she can't join us for now. She has left. There's some technical issues. So next question. Oh yeah, she's here. Miss Faith, maybe can help.
Is the questions addressing how many kids in the classroom?
Yes.
The questions addressing how many kids in the classroom?
Yes.
Usually the
Is
ideal
the questions addressing how many kids in the classroom? Yes.
usually the
The
ideal
questions addressing how many kids in the classroom? Yes.
usually the
The questions addressing.
So that's all for our question session, and also a gentle reminder again for the attendance. The links for the attendance are already in the chat box right now. So all the teachers, you can actually click on the link to actually key in your attendance. And for the students, just remember the link will be given at 4:30 p.m. later after our second session. Okay, and here's the link or the QR code for the teachers session right now. So you can scan this QR code right now to actually key in your attendance. audiences and participants. We are going to have our 45 minutes intermission for our lunch break, and we'll be back again at 2:30 p.m. with the winners of project-based learning competition. So wait for the result. Hope to see everyone later. And also a gentle reminder again, remember this link is just for the teachers and also the officers, and the link for the students will be given at 4:30 p.m. later, yeah? So yeah, thank you.